friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. It's been a while since I've been streaming in this room out to you all. Glad to see you. Welcome in. It's going to be a chill stream. We're just going to talk about how my trip went. You can ask me questions, I'll answer, and I'll just kind of give you a rundown of everything that happened. And along the way, we're going to taste a bunch of snacks. Did I recover? It's a tricky question. We'll talk about my sleep, and actually, we should have a sleep counter, like as I'm telling you about each day. So I have a nice little map here, and I have pictures to show you, and like an itinerary of each day that I want to run through. But we should actually write out how much sleep I got, how many hours of sleep I got each night, because it wasn't good. I never got more than 4 hours, usually only like 3 hours. And then when I got back, I went to bed at like 10 p.m., like at a normal time. So it's like I got back and then my schedule was just back to US time all of a sudden. What's up, Will? Welcome in. Yeah, I met so many cool people. Like, it's funny that, so like I've seen Will around in Denver because he's based in the Denver area. I think it's probably the first time I've actually ever said hello to him though. but yeah, I met him. It was awesome. Sleep was not good for me either. Yeah. I think the thing is, like, I generally can run okay on like 3-4 hours of sleep, but like 5 days in a row of only 3 or 4 hours of sleep, it really caught up with me on the last day, which we'll talk about. And I got to meet Fob while I was there. Fob is from the Netherlands, and that was awesome. Got to meet him. What's up, mommy? Welcome in. Yeah, home is great. I love my dog. I love my wife. It's good to be home. But yeah, let me show you the snacks that we're gonna try as well. And I've got a whole thing planned. My wife is gonna come down here in a little bit, and I'm actually gonna do a blind taste test. So here's the plan. We have lots of snacks that I brought back in my suitcase. And we've got cool American flavored Doritos. I had always heard about these. But I'd never actually bought them myself. So these are the Cool Ranch version. Like, they have these all over Europe. I do believe these, if I can get it to focus, these are manufactured in the Netherlands. Marsen, the Netherlands, but they're sold in Germany and France and Belgium. But yeah, we're gonna try those. cool American flavor. We also got these, and I believe these are like a UK snack. Yeah, 4% American in every chip. These are seriously salt and vinegar. And then I believe Japanese hot Cheetos. So we'll talk about it, but the last day of the trip, I just went around to like every snack shop I could find and just got a bunch of snacks. So yeah, these are some Japanese hot Cheetos we're gonna try. But earlier today, I went out. Oh, these are invisible. I went out and I got the American version. So what's gonna happen is, my wife's gonna come downstairs. I'm gonna hand her the American snack and the international snack. She's gonna put it in 2 labeled containers, A and B. I'm gonna blindfold myself, and then I have to figure out which one is the American one and which one is not. But yeah, we've got Cool Ranch, Lay's salt and vinegar. It's interesting to note that Lay's in the UK is Walker's chips. Yeah. So we've got the American ones, and then we've also got just plain old Flamin' Hot Cheetos. Yeah. So I told her to just come down at a certain time, and at that point, I'll stop my storytelling, and then she'll prepare the snacks. And I'm gonna put on a blindfold. We'll do it Good Mythical Morning style, where I'm gonna taste both of them. I have a feeling I'll be able to figure it out. Here's the thing. I've been trying to get in shape lately, but I really do like snacks. I really do like snacks. Stroop waffles. The thing is, oh, you don't have any snacks? That's unfortunate. They sell these in the US. These are not fresh. These are not fresh Stroop waffles. And they sell them prepackaged in the US, but Jumbo was a pretty popular grocery store that I found in several places around Amsterdam. So I just picked these up at the store. We'll try them. I don't have anything to compare these to just because there's so many different kinds of Stroop waffles. But we also got lots of other stuff. I've got a Haribo Cherry Cola Mix. I mean, we have this in the US. I'm guessing it's probably the same as in the US. Do you know paprika is just dried and ground bell pepper? I didn't know that. Seems spicier than bell pepper. But yeah, we're gonna try paprika. We don't have these in the U.S. I tried the baked flavor of paprika while I was there, but not this one. And then and bolognese flavor, which we don't have in the U.S. either. Um, and then I'll tell you the story of why I have a bunch of mangled Kinder eggs. And a bunch of Kinder Egg capsules. We'll construct the Kinder Egg toys in a little bit. Yeah, and then we've got the Haribo licorice bucket. Well, the thing is, I actually don't like licorice that much, but my wife loves licorice, so I got her this bucket of licorice. Well, no, Customs didn't ask me. I'll show you the Twitter thread because I posted the picture, and then I was talking with someone, then I looked it up, and there was a possibility that I would have gotten in trouble, so I took them apart in the Netherlands. We also got Mars Bar, which you can get around here. So there's a couple of international grocery stores in the U.S. I know Mars Bars are pretty popular, like in the U.K. So got that. Got just a Kit Kat. I probably, you know what? I forgot. I should have gotten a U.S. Kit Kat to compare it. But yeah, we got a Kit Kat. I had one of these last night, but we'll try it again. And then I met a guy named Christoph who actually gave the last talk at React Summit. He lives in Japan. He gave me this melon Kit Kat, so we're gonna taste that today as well. Whenever we talk about him. Is that all I have? I think that's all I have. Oh yeah, I found these, and I might have actually paid €8 for this because it was like a tourist trap. It was like right out. It was so close to the main train station, and it was like one of the last stores I stopped at. I bought a bunch of other things. It rang up for like €20 for like 4 snacks, and I was like, I'm not even gonna fight this. I need to get out of here. But I'm pretty sure I paid like €8 for this pack of fizzy Pokemon gummies. Yeah, it's a trap. It's a trap. I mean, I'm pretty sure I paid almost €3 a piece for these candy bars. It's fine. I don't mind as much. One last thing. Ketchup flavored Pringles. So those will be interesting. Yeah. And then I have some souvenirs that I'll show you all as well. Yeah, I've had various ketchup chips here in the U.S. Like Doritos actually just released a ketchup flavored one. They're all right. They taste like tomatoey chips. Yeah. Spoiler, they're not good. We'll see. Am I scared this might give me a heart attack? Here's the thing. I am literally only gonna taste one or two of each thing and then put it in a sealed bag to enjoy over the next couple of weeks. I'm not gonna just eat it all at once. Patatch Joppy? I've never heard of them. No, they didn't. So I'll tell you about my travel back home because it was super chill. U.S. Customs didn't care. Didn't care about anything. I mean, not that I brought back anything illegal. I guess I almost did, and I'm going to talk about that because technically Kinder Eggs are illegal in the United States. Capsule toys, because in the United States, the FDA has a rule that candy cannot have inedible items embedded in it. And so a Kinder Egg that you buy in Europe has this capsule inside which has toys in it. And there are like horror stories of people bringing back Kinder Eggs and being fined like $450 per egg or being detained for multiple hours because they were trying to bring Kinder Eggs across the border. So that's why I disassembled them. I just have a bunch of broken apart eggs. I guess that's honestly not as appetizing to look at. And then I have all the capsule toys which we'll put together. And I have some souvenirs I'm going to show you. I actually got some rubber ducks because there's a rubber duck store. Oh, the blue screen is getting that. Let me show this one. But yeah, Will is saying my customs agent was super chill. Yeah, mine was too. They're all like I think in like if you're coherent and nice and like obviously I wasn't there to do anything illegal. I was on business at a conference. Andrea, thank you for the prime. They let you right through. I mean, I have a U.S. passport. I'm a U.S. citizen. I don't know. But yeah, I went to a rubber duck store. And I got some debugging ducks. I got this little frog with a flower, and then this was like Netherlands themed with all the flowers and everything. But it's very similar to the coding garden. So this is my like debugging flower duck now. Yeah, that's my garden duck. My garden duck. Cool. But yeah, let's welcome everybody in and then we'll just start chatting because I think my wife's going to be down in any minute. But whenever I told her to, she'll be down. Um, I still don't get how you could swallow that orange cylinder. I think it more has to do like you wouldn't swallow this. You would swallow the tiny toys that are inside because this is an example of like a toy. That's too bright. A little penguin, but it comes disassembled inside the capsule. Um, so like this is what they're afraid of people choking on. I guess I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I also got some Chupa Chups. All right, all right. Toys are made of small pieces. Yeah. Okay. So let me thank the supports. Yeah, Vita, thank you for the 13 months, and Andrea Brock, thank you for the Prime. You're new here. Appreciate that. Let's say hi to everyone, and then we'll try a snack, and I'll tell you about my first day. And what's up, Huey Codes? I was one of the volunteers at Get Nation. We talk with you too much. Nice, nice. Glad to meet you. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, I have to say, like, I mean, I'll talk about it in a second, but all of the volunteers, all of the organization crew, like, we're fantastic. It was a very well organized and put together event. Yeah, and thanks for volunteering, Huey Codes. Yeah, I actually got some pictures of some volunteers I'm gonna show at a certain point. What's up, SC May? Welcome in. Okay, yeah, let's say hi to everybody. Is my wife down here? Is it time? I have 2 minutes. Okay, well, you can start preparing it then. Okay, so the first taste test I'm gonna do is Japanese hot Cheetos versus American hot Cheetos. So my wife is gonna prepare the sample, and I'm not gonna look while it's happening. But you get to choose which is A and which is B. In the chat. You can do it over there, so I don't see also. Oh, but how's chat gonna see? I'm gonna put it on the camera in a second when you're done. It'll make more sense when she comes back over. But yeah, let's say hi to everybody. If you want to say hi to me, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, yes up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hi-yo, bo-hi-yo, boga-hey. Say any one of those things, I'll say hi right back to you. So hello to Electrothermal, who says welcome back. Thank you, Electrothermal. And hello to Moshiko, what's up, Harsh, and Arpats, and Steven, and Origin, and Heck, and Vidith, and Zelino, and David, what's up, and Will, well, welcome in, glad to see you. And what's up, Vittorio, and Timon, and Don't Drop the Database, and Awaited, and Fob, hello, Mommy Alex, and Old School Rapper, and Limotes, and It's by Ethereal, and Huey, and Bukari, and I see May, and I Rossum, and Code Penguin, and Saint Lolek, and Nathan, and Faceless. And oh, what is this emote? We can. Future Man. We'll do it. What's up, Ulterius, and Jim? Welcome in, everybody. Glad to see you. Okay. Okay. So yeah, okay, let me just tell you about my first travel day, and then we'll do the hot Cheetos taste test. So it all started in Denver International Airport. So this is where I live. It's like center of the United States. I think it's one of the busiest airports in the United States. I got to the airport around 1 or 2. Security was super short. No qualms, super easy, but I did have a connecting flight in Minneapolis. So we went from Denver, it was about an hour and a half to 2-hour flight to Minneapolis. And this was only supposed to be like a 3-hour layover, but about an hour or 2 before the flight, it was delayed by 4 more hours. And what's up, Utarius? Thank you for that Prime. So the flight was delayed until it was originally going to be until 4 a.m. So I was going to have to just wait in this airport until 4 a.m. Because of like mechanical issues or something like that. And then ultimately I like wandered around the airport for hours, and finally the flight got fixed, and we actually took off around like 2:30 a.m. And I took some pictures while I was in there. There's a nice sunset in Minneapolis. You were stuck in Chicago for 10 hours? That's unfortunate. I guess ultimately I was in the Minneapolis airport for I think like 7 hours total. so it's not as bad as you had it, but the fact I think that's originally what messed up my sleep schedule so much, because originally I was supposed to arrive, and by Ethereal, thank you for that Prime. I was supposed to arrive in Amsterdam at noon on Tuesday, but I didn't get there until like 5 p.m. on Tuesday. So I guess it was like delayed by 5 hours plus the original layover. And so that really messed with my sleep, because I had to stay up till 2 a.m. to just get on the flight. Um, I wish this was HD. Why isn't this HD? In Germany, up to a certain point, you can get a place to stay at the airport if you're stuck there for a certain time. Yeah, the issue is we weren't stuck overnight. We were just stuck for like a few hours. We did get a meal voucher. So like I wandered around and ended up like using my meal voucher to buy some cookies. But let me show you. So this next video was probably taken at like 1:30 a.m. The airport's completely empty. I wandered around and I found a food court that nobody was in. So it was actually like super ominous. Let me show you this video. It's really funny. So yeah, they're playing this classical music, the violin. Yeah, and I mean usually it's bustling. Yeah, so on the way back through, I was there in the daytime and it's full of people. But you can see I was working on my introduction notes and stuff like that. Um, no, a ghost doesn't pop up. Um, it was just literally just me because I haven't been stuck in airports too often, but I typically if I'm stuck there long, I like to explore because most people don't explore as much. They kind of just hang out near the gate, and the seats in the food court were really comfy. So yeah, Chicago didn't have great food options. I ate at I had the option of Chick-fil-A or Panda Express, so I ended up eating at Panda Express. But yeah, it's a pretty decent airport. They had quite a few food options. They also had like a Chili's and like a few other things. And then I didn't find the food court until I roamed around afterwards. But the food court had Shake Shack and a couple other things. So lots of good food options for sure. So that was my trip in. Basically, spent so long in this airport, and then the flight itself was it was long but fine. Everyone, I was sitting on the side. There were so two seats. One a lady had the window seat. I had the aisle seat, and it was fine. It was fine. I ended up watching. What did I watch? I started watching Halo because they had the series on the flight. Oh yeah, I'll make Fob a moderator because I met Fob. I met Fob when I was there uh, in the Netherlands in Amsterdam, and he didn't murder me. So I told him that's like the criteria for becoming a mod is if I meet you in person. Uh, and I'll add you as a mod on Discord as well. But yeah, the flight was fine, but I was like somewhat tired, so like I was like in and out of sleep, and I would say probably on that flight, I probably at most got 3 hours of sleep, but it was in and out, right? It wasn't solid. So basically, day one is like 3 hours of sleep. And then that flew across the Atlantic Ocean to Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. And after we do the taste test, I'll tell you about my experience at customs going into Amsterdam. Same boat on the plane leaving at 12:30. The Apple sleep graph is fine. So I don't know if I wasn't wearing my watch on the flight, but I think most flights I don't sleep solid. I'm just like in and out, and it like feels like I got rest. But you had a 90-minute wait. I have a very different story about customs. But all right, let's do our first taste test of the day. So my wife has I guess don't show me yet. I'm gonna put a blindfold on. We've got two things. We've got A and B, and actually, so when you set them down, look at this monitor to make sure that chat can see A and B, and then she's gonna send a message in the chat which one is A and which one is B. So one of them is Japanese Flamin' Hot Cheetos, and the other one is American U.S. Flaming Hot Cheetos. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is A. A. You need to mute the stream. Okay, great. A or B? You can talk, or you don't have to talk.
Okay. It was just such a bright light. Okay, they're kind of visible.
Okay.
And in my defense, the stream was muted, but I had too many things in my hand.
Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, maybe those.
Okay, it's fine. I guess it doesn't matter which. I'm gonna call this. This is one for me, and this is two for me. This is A and B.
A.
A.
B.
Great. Okay. I'm gonna try A first. Oh. So the initial flavor was like very familiar. It was like, yes, this is Flamin' Hot Cheetos, but then like the closing taste was like a bit more acidic. Okay, so that was A. And B. Oh, that's so different. It almost has like a curry flavor to it. This has to be the Japanese one. Yeah, it's more tomatoey. Honestly, less spicy, less acidic. It's got to be it, right? Okay. Was I correct? Yeah. Oh wow, they're a completely different color too. Yeah. Yeah, deep red is the American ones. Yeah, so this is what we're looking at. This is Flamin' Hot, and then these are Flamin' Hot Crunch. They're not even red. I mean, I kind of like that because it's like, I guess there's no red food coloring. Um, they're not as spicy though. Did you try them? Yeah, try them.
They smell like cheese.
Yeah, like these are. I guess I didn't think about that. Oh, thank you for the prime, Will. Appreciate that. I didn't think about that, but these are like actual these are like spicy Cheetos, and then these are like Flamin' Hot Cheetos, if that makes any sense. And see you, Will. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the prime. I'll see you around. Appreciate it. Well, that was exciting. All right. I guess prepare the other one while I have. Well, if you want to come down later, let's do it. Okay, so we'll do salt and vinegar next.
We can do another 20 minutes if you want to talk for a bit.
Okay, in 20 minutes, come find me. Cool. Which implemented the uptime on the mobile app. Oh, nice. So you can see how long I've been live. Yeah, that's interesting to know. But yeah, they look more natural. Honestly, it's not even as bright orange as like typical. It's like really hard to see as typical American Cheetos. Oh. Okay. So, landed in Amsterdam airport. And first of all, a little bit of culture shock. Like, it's probably been 20 years since I've been outside of the US. And so seeing so many different signs in different languages was like just very different because I hadn't experienced that in a long time. And then when I got off the plane, I found the bathrooms. The bathrooms were a very cool experience because, I mean, I don't know if I guess it's probably the only public bathrooms I went to, but there are no stalls in the bathroom. Every toilet was basically its own room with a full door and full walls. It's very different in the US. We have stalls, like you can basically see underneath the stall. And there's like cracks in the doors. But in the airport bathrooms, you basically have total privacy when using the restroom, which is something I'm not used to. So that was nice. I was able to use the restroom in a nice private place. And then going through customs, the line wasn't too long, and I didn't know what to expect. Like I had my passport ready to go, and I was listening, and I saw there were some other Americans that walked up. That, yeah, I loved my privacy. That was awesome. I'd love it if bathrooms in the U.S. had full walls and doors instead of just like stalls. Yeah, it was awesome. But yeah, so I was listening. And see you later, Harsh, or hello if you're just arriving. But I was listening to other Americans and they were asking them, well, like, how many days are you staying? Where are you going? They're getting like, not necessarily interrogated, but the customs agents were kind of like talking to them to make sure that like they are who they are. They wanted to know their travel plans and everything. But finally, it's my turn. I walk up. I say, hello. The woman says hello back. I hand her my passport, and then I just stand there awkwardly. I remember like I looked at her tattoos because she had a bunch of tattoos on her arm, and then I was like, oh, that's probably awkward. And so then like I looked in the other direction, and then I looked up, and then she just handed me my passport and said, and she didn't say anything. She just nodded, and then I just walked off. So she didn't ask me how long are you staying, or where are you going. Literally just scanned my passport, and then was like, all right, you can come in now, but didn't even respond. She was just like, okay. So that was weird, but it was nice and easy. And then after I got through that, I didn't have a checked bag, so I needed to find the train. Yeah. And so the pink one says, I've heard that things about cracks and lack of privacy. I guess I would find that weird, not used to it. Yeah, I mean, and it's most, like any public restroom in the US, I guess they do it to save on cost because when you're building it or constructing it, you don't have to actually build walls. They like have like, they're like boards that are like hanging, I guess. I don't even know how to describe it. I guess I could look. I mean, I don't want to Google bathroom stall. I guess I will. Give me a second. I'm going to hide my screen and try to show you what an American bathroom stall looks like. Restrooms in the UK have it too. This is probably a good. This is a decent representation of it. So in the US, they typically look like this. So like as you can see, like you could see under here, you can see in the cracks. Obviously, people are polite and they're not going to look through the cracks, but still, you really don't feel like you have that much privacy. So I was in Europe like 20 years ago, but it's the first time in like 20 years. So yeah, this is how the toilets look in the US. And then let me see if I can find a picture of the Amsterdam Schiphol airport bathrooms because they were so nice. That's weirdly specific. Well, I guess I don't know what else to go. I mean, I guess I could even show these pictures. But it was even more private than this. So like, these have like a little crack underneath. The ones in the airport were like fully formed doors and fully formed walls, and yeah, it was super private. I guess that's all I wanted to say. But yeah. Yeah, I guess that's a thing in the US is like making sure that people aren't like trying to live in the bathrooms or like don't stay there for too long. But yeah, I don't know. And the other thing is like, I had heard that toilets in the Netherlands were different. Yeah. They have this shelf. Does anybody in the chat? I know what the shelf is because I looked it up, but it's a poop shelf. Does anyone in the chat know what the what the poop shelf is for? That's exactly, yeah. Fob is from the Netherlands, but that's it. I mean, in the U.S., it's basically like there is no shelf; it's just the hole itself. But I had read that you wanted to be able to inspect your poop to see if you have if you ate something wrong or if you have like worms or something like that. That is not something. Yeah, so that's not what we're used to in the U.S. at all. Let's just look up a U.S. toilet. Top down, like this. Yeah, I mean this is good enough. But yeah, it's just a hole, and it's just full of water. Yeah, and that's basically what I saw. So even in the airport, it was basically like inverted. So there was still a shelf, but it was at the front. So if you're American, like the hole is at the back, it seems a bit more familiar. And then at both of the hotels I stayed at, it was the more modern toilet. They didn't have the poop shelf. Yeah, so you've got a splash problem in the U.S. for sure. Can we get back to okay? We'll stop talking about the toilets. Yes, we will. But it's interesting to note because it's definitely culture shock for a lot of Americans to find that toilet when you when you get there. So yeah, okay, back to it. The what's the next picture I have? Yeah, so um, yeah, and welcome in, Veeb. I got back on Sunday. So yeah, bathrooms were great. Got through customs, and then I needed to find a train to get to Amsterdam Central Station. There are different trains you can take. I ended up taking the Intercity Connect. So from the Amsterdam airport, they have different lines, but I got the direct train with no stops. So basically, from the Amsterdam airport to Amsterdam Central, it was like 22 minutes nonstop, and that was awesome. The only issue about that is like it took me some. I wasn't completely sure of the train that I was getting on. Like I looked at the schedule, I used Google Maps. I figured out that I bought the correct ticket, but then and then looking at the different schedules on the monitors, I figured out what platform I needed and what time my train was coming. It was like basically there was lots of them running, but the one I found was like in 8 minutes. So I went to that platform. I waited, and then when the train came, there were no announcements, and the monitor that shows what the trains are, it didn't say that this was the train to Amsterdam Central. But because it was on the platform that I expected, and it was leaving at the time that I expected, because it went through fairly quickly. Basically, the train came in, it was stopped for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and then it took off. I was like, I guess this is it. And then I was like, we'll see. Like I have my phone's charged, I have GPS, I have signal, so wherever it drops me off, if I don't make it to Central Station, I'll figure it out. But it took me right to Central Station, and then from there I needed to figure out how to get to Amsterdam North. Yeah, so some of the trains that I rode, they announced, they're like, this is this train headed to this station, but that one didn't. It was just, and it looked like it's basically like a commuter train. Everybody on there was like, there were very few travelers that I could see. Everyone was like business. They were like going to work or something like that. Or I guess coming home from work. So yeah, took that train. I think that was like €6 or €7 for the ticket. And yeah, I'm sure it was, Mommy Alex. Like there were multiple. Like if I would have missed that one, I probably could have waited 10 or 15 minutes and caught another one. But yeah. But then from there, I needed to get over to the Amsterdam North. So basically, Amsterdam Central here, there's all kinds of trams, light rails, subways, buses to like get all through here. But to get across the water, really the only way is either the ferry, and all of the ferries are free, or the metro. Or you could take a taxi, but the taxi would have to like drive all the way over here to like where the two bridges are. So ultimately, most people use either the ferry or the metro to get across to Amsterdam North. And I guess if you're riding on bike, you would just get on the ferry, right? Yeah. So there's no bridge here. There's no bridge as far as I could see, as far as I could tell. If you wanted to ride a bike, you probably would have to go. Is this a tunnel? Whoa. Yeah, so bike would be by ferry. But what I did was I took the ferry, and it took some orienting to get used to Google Maps because there are multiple ferries. Like there's ferries that pick up over on this side, but these actually go way down here. Actually, no. One of them goes across to the Adam Lookout, but then the other one goes like way over here. Over here. And I needed to get to the ferry stop over here. So I found it. You have to go through here all the way to the ferry drop off here. We try to keep it mostly safe for work, Shift Hot. But yeah, so I got on this ferry, and it runs all day. I guess during times of day when there's a lot of commuters, it's probably like every 10, 15 minutes, if not sooner. But by the time I got there, I guess it was probably running about every 15 minutes. But it's totally free. You can just walk right on, and then it takes you to the other side. And then I needed to get to my hotel, which is the Holiday Inn Express. And so initially, I actually like walked all through. These are like apartment buildings, and I walked all through here. and eventually made it over like through here, got on the main road and made it to the hotel. Yeah. The fact that it's free, yeah, and so this one, I'll tell you about the IRL streams that I did, but this one, it stops running at 11:30 p.m. So I on the IRL stream that I did on was it Friday night, we actually had a prediction going in the chat. Will I make it to the last ferry? And we did. We made it to the last one. But I do believe this ferry that goes across here, like from here to here, I believe that one runs 24/7. So if you ever get stuck on either side, you can always at least make it. And like I mentioned earlier, if you can't take a ferry, you can take the metro. So there's a subway entrance right here, and it's so fast. So I'll tell you about how I figured out public transit the next day, but I almost never took the ferry after that because this train stop all the way to the Amsterdam Nord stop, which is, I believe, right here, 3 minutes flat. So like from like you get on the train, it runs like almost every 5 to 10 minutes, and you're over here in 3 minutes flat. You don't have to wait for the ferry, wait to get on, wait to get off, wait to like, and then walk. So yeah, the metro was like way better that I took the next day. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about Codex, because so whenever the ferry is like putting its gate down, it's making this really loud blaring like noise to like so people don't get in the way of the gate. And I imagine the people living in this apartment right here just hear that noise all day. And there's just like the crowds of people. And what's up, Pablo? Welcome in. Honestly, I want really quick. I want to find the clip. On the live stream that I did to show you all of the bikes and people getting off of the ferry. You can hear a church bell from your place. Nice. I wish US public transportation was this good. Me too. It varies by what city you're in, because like in New York City, it's pretty decent. Like there's subways most places, but like almost every other city, like it's just not as there's not as much. Things aren't as integrated. So yeah, I did some IRL streams. Oh, nice. And, cool. Yeah, this is me getting off the ferry. Okay, I'll do that. Where in the city are they? I saw that noise. I saw a bike rental at Central Station. I don't know if that was it. So at this point, I knew that I should probably, like, I probably could have kept walking, and I think the bikes behind me would have been nice enough to not run me over. But I knew that there were a bunch of bikes behind me, so I was like, I'm going to get over as quickly as possible so that I can film the bikes and people getting off the train. Or sorry, off the ferry. This is the ferry. German is by Vindel Park. Okay, actually I walked in Vindel Park just a little bit on Wednesday. But tomorrow is my exploration day, so I'm gonna be out for at least like 4 or 5 hours tomorrow. I walked 17 kilometers north. But that was the last ferry of the night, and so there are a couple of guys over here that were like, "How do we get to the other side?" They wanted the ferry. Yeah, but yeah. But that was like Friday night. At that point, I had already figured out the ferry, the public transit, and everything. But yeah, that's the ferry. It's free, it's great. And then I stayed at the Holiday Inn Express, which is also very nice. It's updated, it's a more modern hotel. And I was on the 13th floor. I guess that's the other interesting thing, is a lot of hotels in the US don't have a 13th floor. It usually goes from like the 12th floor to the 14th floor. Like there's technically a 13th floor, but they don't label it as the 13th floor because it's like superstitious for a lot of people. Is a spooky number? Yeah, but I was on the 13th floor. It was just labeled the 13th floor, which is fine. So I checked into my hotel, I got settled, and I was, and then I wanted to make it a point of getting some vitamins because I didn't want to get sick, and I'm not sick, so I think the vitamins helped. I also drank a lot of water. I had hand sanitizer with me all the time. So like not only getting sick like because of COVID and stuff like that, just because like there's just so many people like traveling with people, being at the conference with people who traveled everywhere. I think if you're not careful, it gets very easy to get sick at conferences. So I made it a point. I wanted in China they skipped the fourth floor. I wonder if there's a like there's some other superstition around that as well. And I guess that's one thing I didn't mention is pretty often they label it the floors as the zeroth floor. So I think technically I was actually on the 14th floor according to how Americans would count it, because Americans count the base floor as floor number 1, but they counted it as floor 0 and then 1, 2, 3. So yeah, I think technically I was actually on the 14th floor. Yeah, but it was labeled the 13th floor. Regardless, I don't know. It's not that important, but it's interesting to notice the differences. But and then the venue for where the conference was going to be was just right across, so it's like super convenient. So checked in here, and then first of all, I wanted to get some vitamins, some water, and then I was either going to find a snack or yeah, all the floors are 0 indexed. Find a snack somewhere or get some food, but ultimately I just went across to this grocery store. So this was a grocery store right here called Super. There's a lot of super grocery stores all over the place. But I went in there, I found some vitamins, and then I ended up getting some sushi. And then I was like, all right, I'm going to check out the venue because this is the Kromhout Hall where the JS Nation and React Summit was. So I walked over there and actually took a seat at the back here. So there's some picnic tables. And so I took a seat and I had my dinner. You can see the canal. You can see Central Station down here. I ended up just getting some sushi. It was fine. It tasted like grocery store sushi. And and those are the vitamins that I got. It was all in Dutch. I couldn't read it, but it did look like a vitamin complex. It had like vitamin C, vitamin D. And I was like, yeah, this looks fine. So I got that. And then I guess I didn't show it, but I also got a Kinder Egg. And I opened that Kinder Egg. That's where some of these toys came from. I got a Kinder Egg at the grocery store. Actually, no, you know what? I didn't Codex. I've pointed it at things before. I mean, we could do it right now. Because I have some things that are in Dutch. Yeah, I love Kinder Eggs. Let's see. Let's see how well it does on these stroopwafels. It's a German company? Okay. Was the chocolate better over there? I mean, the Kinder chocolate was great. Let's see how it does. Okay. Translate. Packed loose. Straw waffle. Feast until the last crumb. Stroop waffles. Fascinating. See if we can get this side. Yeah. I had no idea. All right, we'll see you, Vittorio. Thank you for tuning in. I actually, honestly, I didn't use that a single time as I was there, because I guess I hadn't mentioned this yet. But almost everywhere I went, every cashier, every bus driver, tram driver, anybody that I interacted with spoke English. So as an English speaker, it was like super easy to get around and everything. But yeah, I didn't use that a single time. Yeah, okay. I think it's time for our next every Twitch viewer. Yeah, Fob spoke English too. It's time for our next taste test or taste comparison. So I'm gonna be doing salt and vinegar. So I'm gonna be comparing Seriously Salt and Vinegar. These are from the UK, and then Lay's Salt and Vinegar, which are from the US.
Sorry. I'm gonna change them.
Yeah, you should. Oh, okay. Well, man.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to edit on the phone.
No, it's fine.
It's so impossible.
So, you'll know in the chat which is which. I won't know. I won't know. And honestly, I didn't even see which was which. And also, it's not Netherlands. It's UK. So.
Yeah.
So. But my wife is gonna do the hard work of making sure I don't know which is which, and I'm gonna have a blindfold on. So. We're gonna do that next. Yeah, and you can vote if I'm gonna get the prediction correct on which is which. But yeah, that was that. So I ate my dinner, and then I went back to my hotel, and at that point it was probably like 8 p.m. And I was like, all right, I probably should eat some more food. And Eddie, thank you for the gifts. You're too kind. But yeah, at that point I was like, I should get some dinner. I should get some more food, probably. What time does it get dark? Because it was already 8 p.m. And I looked it up, and it said sunset was at 9:50 p.m. So I technically still had like two more hours of daylight. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna go back to my hotel, and then I'm gonna find some frites, some pommes frites, because I really like French fries, and when I lived in Germany, I got pommes frites a lot. So I looked it up, and then I ended up finding a place called. Well, no, I didn't go to McDonald's that night, but like I took the ferry back over, and then I found Menikin piss. I don't know if that's the right way to say it. um, yeah. Yes, this. How do you pronounce this? Can you spell it phonetically? Um, yeah, there's a little fry shop right here. The thing is, so this is if you're ever in Amsterdam, this is the Damrock. This is the like one of the main streets. So this is Central Station where like all the trains and trams and everything and go to. And then from there, Damrock is like this main stretch, and this is full of like tourist like souvenir shops and stuff like that. So most of the stuff is usually pretty busy. It was my first day there, so like I wasn't really ready to explore too much. You've been the same one? Nice. And so I was like, this is on the main stretch. The line isn't long. I'm gonna try it. So I got some fries there. I got truffle mayo sauce and then also ketchup to dip it in. And then I just walked back while eating them out of a nice little paper cone of fries. So like I walked back, and then actually I sat on the water here. So here on Google Earth, it's still under construction, but this isn't under construction anymore. This is like some wooden stairs that you can sit on, and there's like a dock, and you can just like look out. So I ate my fries while I was sitting there, and then I got back on the ferry, went back to the hotel, and that was day number 1. So that night I think I only got like 3.5 hours of sleep, and then the next day. I had the coding garden meetup, which I'll talk about next. But before we talk about the coding garden meetup and everything else that I did on Wednesday, we're going to do another taste testing. Mannequin. Oh, it is mannequin piss. Mannequin piss. That's a funny name, at least in English. All right, so next up, we are trying UK salt and vinegar, seriously salt and vinegar chips versus US salt and vinegar chips. I need to put my my blindfold on. You all in the chat are gonna know which is which. There's gonna be an A and a B. I don't know which is which, and I have to figure out which one is UK, which one is America. A. Okay.
Maybe there.
Okay.
Here's B.
I can smell both of these. Very, very pungent. Agree. B. So this is A, and this is B.
Can you make the movements more obvious?
A?
Yes.
B. Are they in frame?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll go with A first. All right. To me, pretty classic salt and vinegar. Like this next one I taste, maybe it'll be a little bit different and I can tell the difference, but honestly, that just tastes like salt and vinegar to me. So let's see. They honestly they taste exactly the same except for the aftertaste, and the aftertaste on this one is like I don't even know how to. I'm gonna try them both one more time. This is gonna be hard because they taste almost exactly the same. It's like the same crunch, same texture. Yeah, this one doesn't have an aftertaste. And then this one. I would say like a bit saltier, maybe, a bit bitter. Honestly, this one you can taste more of the potato. Like it actually tastes more like a potato chip. And because of that, I'm just gonna say this one is UK because I don't remember tasting that in the US. So this is UK, this is US. I got it. Nice. Oh, nice, nice. A for American, cool. They taste almost exactly the same, but yeah, the more that I do it, it's like this tastes more like potato. Right. B looks more fried. Yeah, this was the UK one apparently. You think this is more intense, or what do you think?
It doesn't taste like a potato, and it's very vinegar forward.
Yeah, which is surprising to me because I mean I thought that a lot of like U.S. or American flavors were less intense, like less tangy. Um, but so far, the American flavors seem to be more intense. Like there's more acidity, more tanginess in both of the ones that I tried. Cool, cool. All right, thank you for that. 20 minutes till the next one. Do you have time?
Have a meeting.
Okay, well after your meeting then. It's totally fine. So I don't know how long, like 45 minutes? Half an hour. Okay, and welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, bald bearded builder. Glad to see you. We're doing. I just got back from the Netherlands, and we're doing international taste tests. So we just did Walker's Seriously Salt and Vinegar. So these are from the UK versus like the US salt and vinegar. And I did a blind tasting. So I had a blindfold on, two different, and I got it right. I figured out which is which, and ultimately the UK ones you can taste more potato, and they're actually not as tangy as the US ones. But welcome in, Raiders. Glad to see you all. And it's been a while, bald bearded builder. Glad to see you. Thank you for the raid. And welcome in. We're doing a recap. So I was in the Netherlands in Amsterdam for JS Nation and React Summit, which both happened last week. And so I'm kind of recapping my trip. We've only done day one and day two, my travel day and my arriving day. But so far, after 2 days, I only have 6 total hours of sleep. But now we have day 3, where we had the coding garden meetup. So I actually got to meet Fob in person. He met up with me in a park along with Twitch user Soge King. And so I'm gonna recap this day. But yeah, bald bearded builder says, I love trying European food, especially chocolate. I've learned US chocolate is trash in comparison. Yeah. I'm gonna talk about this later, but I brought back deconstructed Kinder eggs. Honestly, it looks kind of gross. Like let's look in the bag. I have deconstructed Kinder eggs because you're not allowed to bring food that has toys embedded inside of it, or like non-edible things embedded inside of it, to the US. So I didn't want to get in trouble at customs. So like before I left, I like disassembled all my Kinder eggs and then like took the capsules out. But obviously this is not like gourmet European chocolate. It's just like hazelnut chocolate. But yeah. Okay. Day 3. So on Wednesday, the plan was I actually wanted to do a short IRL stream. And in order to do that, I needed to get a SIM card and I needed to get a another cell phone because so if you've seen the IRL streams that I've done, I'm just using my own cell phone for it. I have some apps running on there, but because I was in a country that I was unfamiliar with and we were in like heavy tourist areas with like lots of people, I didn't want to be like holding my phone and then someone just reach up, grab it, and run off because this has everything, right? It's got like, I mean, it's my phone number, it's my two-factor authentication. I could probably figure out how to get it replaced, but I didn't want that to happen. So I made it a point. I wanted to get a secondary phone to use for live streaming so that I could always have this one in my pocket or like in my bag. So the plan was Wednesday morning, I wanted to get to T-Mobile to buy a phone and get a SIM card and then do a short IRL stream leading up to the meetup where I was going to go meet up with Fob and one other person. But I didn't get much sleep. Like I said, I only got like 3.5 hours of sleep. I woke up, it was like 6 or 7 a.m. And I was like, I guess I'm already awake. So I went exploring. I hopped back on the ferry. I started walking around, and I guess before that, I did eat breakfast. I don't know if it's the same way at like most Dutch hotels, but the breakfast at the Holiday Inn Express, which was this hotel that I was staying at, it was they had cheese, meat, tomatoes, and cucumber that you could put on toasted bread. That's what I did. I toasted some rye bread. I put some young cheese, is at least what the label was. I got some salami and then some prosciutto, and I put some tomato and cucumber on it. And then I also got a croissant and a cinnamon roll pinwheel thing. Yeah, and see you later, said the penguin. Thank you for hanging out. What's up, Amelia? Welcome in. It's a normal breakfast. It's like meat and cheese. My breakfast lately has been like oatmeal and banana, so it was definitely a change of pace. But yeah, I ate breakfast at the hotel and then just started like roaming around. Like I took the ferry across the water. Like I explored the station a little bit, and then I decided I was like, all right, let me just walk around because ultimately, did I know hagelslag? I don't know what hagelslag is. I'll try to look it up. No, I think I had heard of this. It's literally chocolate sprinkles on bread. Huh. They might have had it. They might have had it. I don't remember seeing it though. Fascinating. No, I mean it sounds like a nice little sweet breakfast. But no, I didn't get this. And Catoli is saying I think that's pretty common all around Europe. Fascinating. Yeah, in the U.S., it's typically like, I mean, I don't know if you call this like a U.S. breakfast, but like bacon, eggs, toast, hash browns, sometimes waffles, muffins. Those are the typical like American hotel breakfast. It was probably in a small cardboard box. Fascinating. I didn't see it. I will say they also in Zabath. Thank you for the resub. That's lunch for us. Yeah, a continental breakfast, exactly. They also had eggs, and they had scrambled eggs and hard-boiled eggs, but I didn't feel like eating eggs. But they did have that available. But yeah, the plan was like walk around and then get to the T-Mobile at 10 a.m. So there was a T-Mobile. There are actually 2 T-Mobile stores. Yeah, so there's this one, which is the first one I went to, and then I believe there's one on the other side too. Let me add that one. Yeah, this other one. So there was 2 of them. But basically my plan was because T-Mobile opened at 10 a.m. and I was out on the streets to walk around at like 8 a.m. I was like, all right, I'm gonna walk around for a couple of hours, and I'm gonna try to make it back over at 10 so that I can get the phone for IRL streaming. And then my hope was to do like a quick IRL stream before meeting up for like the Coding Garden meetup. So I just started exploring. I think like I walked pretty far south, and then at a certain point I got to Dom Square. Here. Which is like this big open courtyard, and I believe this is like the palace. No, it's not. This is Google Earth. Yeah, no, I went the wrong way. I needed to go back north because So from Central Station, so Central Station is here. I was walking south, um, and then I ended up here. I was also like walking through all like these streets, and I mean, this like my impression at least of Amsterdam Central is like it's just never ending. Like you can go into I mean, I was calling them alleyways. I think technically they're proper streets because cars can drive on them, but typically like there are pedestrians just walking in the street. Every now and then you'll see like a bicycle or a car and pedestrians will get out of the way. I mean, yeah, like I said, I call them alleyways because they're so tiny, but they're really just not main streets. But they're everywhere. Like they're like in between here and like over here and over here. And um, any one of these little sections that you walk into, there's just tons of like restaurants and bars and souvenir shops, and it's just like you just keep going and it just keeps happening. Like a lot of the like bigger cities I've been in, there's like one part of the town where that's the case, but I explored like all through here, and it's kind of just like nonstop. There's just like shops and things just like over and over again all through these little things. Yeah. If it's like if your car fits, you can drive, or if there's a sign saying that you can't. Okay. Um, sounds good. Heck. Thank you. Thank you. How is Amsterdam compared to Denver? I've always heard American cities are not as walking friendly. Yeah, they're not. So I mean, that's the other crazy thing. So, walking, you could get to most places fairly easy because everything is so close together. But then you'll notice on the streets, this is where the tram goes. And the cars actually share the road with the tram. There are some U.S. cities where it's this way, where like I believe San Francisco has this, where the cars are technically, or maybe is it separated in San Francisco? There might be at least some trams where the cars are driving on the same road that the trains go on. But that's the interesting thing about the trams here is that they just go everywhere. It's almost like it's a bus, but it's like locked into the rails because like there's stops all along here, and you could take the tram pretty much anywhere you wanted to go. And so after walking around a little bit, that's kind of what I decided. Like I looked around to see if I could find a park, and on the map I found a Vondel Park. And so this would have been like probably like a 30-minute walk. But I was like, all right, if I can do public transit, then I can make it down there and then maybe like take a train back. So I did. I looked up on Google Maps. All right, what tram can I take? And apparently there's I think it might have been like the number 2 because it goes all along Damrock and then like came down through here and basically dropped me off like just a couple of blocks away from Vondel Park. But the issue was I needed to get a train ticket. And so SVB, is the main like public transit company. And you can get an SVB pass, and that same ticket will work for, is this the right thing? I don't think that's it. Or is it SBV? GVB. I got it wrong. It's GVB. GVB. But you can get a pass, and that same pass will work on the buses, on the trams, on the metro. It works across all of their public. Yeah, GVB. The GVB won't let me be. So you can download their app, and then yeah, so it works everywhere. So that first Wednesday I was trying to figure out where I could use it. And that's the one. So I got a 24-hour pass, and the issue was because the trams are all in the streets, there are only ticket stations at certain spots. And so like I kind of like walked around in circles trying to find the ticket station it told me was there. Like I think like around here, but I couldn't find it. And so I was like, okay, technically you can just buy it on your phone. You just use the metro. And that's what I ended up using too, because like the M52, you can hop on right here at Central Station, and then it drops you off right at Nord Park, right across right here, and then yeah, it goes like all the way to Amsterdam North. Yeah, the metro was super quick. Eventually, once I found that, I didn't take the ferry anymore because it was so much quicker. the Gemeente Voverbedrijf Amsterdam, the municipality of Amsterdam Transport Company. But long story short, honestly, this whole thing is a really long story. But I walked all the way back to Central Station because they have ticket machines. Because I was like, I don't. Technically, you can download the mobile app, you can pay in there, and then you scan your phone. But I didn't want to be scanning my phone if I was going to be IRL streaming as well. So I wanted a paper ticket. So I walked all the way back to Central Station, got a paper ticket, and then all of these platforms right here, you can basically get on almost any tram, like the above ground ones that are like in the streets. You can get on any one of these to get to where you're going. So I got on the number 2, I think, like on this platform here, and then that took me all the way down here to Vondelpark. And I kind of just like walked through. I think I have a photo for you. Oh yeah, but so this is one of the a little panorama I took at Dom Square. I was there, like I said, I was there pretty early, so there was very few people out and about just yet. But once tourists start showing up, this place just gets jam packed with like vendors and also people just taking pictures and stuff like that. But yeah, that's Dom Square. And then this is Vondelpark. Like, it was beautiful. Like, it reminded me a lot of Central Park, probably just because of the number of bikes. So I think I entered, let me see. Amsterdam's a 10 out of 10. I would absolutely go back just so I can explore all the things I didn't get to explore. Trying to remember, was it like over here maybe? No, I think this is where I entered. Yeah. I entered about right here. So the tram stop was right here, and then I just walked through the neighborhood. Obviously, like, these buildings are a lot older. So this is my first time in Europe in like 20 years, and my first time in the Netherlands and in Amsterdam. I've been to the UK, I've been to Germany, I've been to Spain, I've been to France, but it's been a very long time. But this neighborhood honestly reminded me a lot of like the more expensive neighborhoods in New York City. You know, like there's lots of like stoops. Obviously, this is older architecture, so there's like lots of stoops and stuff like that. And Will says, I only went around near Central Park where all the tourists were. Sounds like I missed out on the beauty of it. You mean the Vondelpark, or did you go to a different park? Because there were a couple of others I didn't actually get to check out. Because I know there was one over to the west here. Is there one that's actually called Central Park? I mean, I was in Germany so long ago, but it seems like more people speak English than in Germany. But it could have changed since then. Fascinating. Is it true? You didn't go to any parks? Okay. You stayed in a hospital right by the Central Station. I see. No worries. I stayed in a hostel right by that park years ago when I visited Amsterdam. It was really nice to cycle around. Yeah, and that's like my first impression of it was just like bikes everywhere. So, because yeah, I got in through the gate right here, and then I'm guessing most people that are like commuting. Honestly, let me get back to presenting because I want to hear to that sidebar. But yeah, most people are commuting, and so like people are on bikes to go through this road right here, and so like it's like a bike highway basically. It's just bikes everywhere, and I think that's the other thing is like basically you treat the bike lanes like it's a street. So like in the U.S., typically if you're not drunk, you don't walk in the street because the street is where cars go. But the mentality I had was if I'm ever even going to be stepping foot into the bike lane, you look both ways and then you look again. Because there were so many times where I looked left, I looked right to make sure there are no bikes, and then I look left again and there's another bike. There's another bike. So like multiple times, even though I'm looking left and right, I still almost got hit by a bike. And the thing is, I didn't get hit because they started to slow down and they looked annoyed because I was getting in front of them. But yeah, you got to be careful. Like look both ways and like treat it like a street. And I guess I didn't show it here, but anytime you see like the red lanes, typically those are like dedicated bike and scooter lanes. So like you see in the street here, yeah, biking is first class, walking second, cars last. Yeah, and what I had heard from Fob, who lives in the Netherlands, is bikes typically have priority. So like in the U.S., pedestrians have or are supposed to have priority anyways. But he was mentioning that like if you walk in front of a bike, it's harder if they start to stop. It could cause a chain reaction because the bikes behind them might not know that they need to stop. So typically, unless it's a very clearly marked crosswalk like this, the bike typically has the right of way. Um, yeah, yeah, beautiful park. And then I walked back through it. Oh, and then the other thing is in certain places, dogs are allowed to be off leash, and so in the U.S., uh, typically you're not allowed to have off leash dogs. But yeah, Will says cars are first class in the U.S. U.S. If you didn't know, we've learned the hard way that pedestrians are rarely protected or bikes. Yeah, it's true. I mean, like technically, like if a pedestrian gets hit, like by a vehicle, actually, I guess I thought that in a lot of scenarios that the pedestrian or the bicycle would actually have the upper hand, but you might be right. I think there's a lot of situations where they take it to court and then the person in the vehicle ends up winning anyways. I don't know. It's kind of messed up. Honestly, it's messed up in the U.S. We need better bike infrastructure. We need better pedestrian infrastructure. Um, because yeah, like especially Denver. So like if you look at Denver on a uh, on a map here, you'll see that it's kind of just like now. I will say there are parts of Denver that have bike lanes and there are like light rails and stuff to get around, but most U.S. cities you look at kind of look like this. Like there's basically like a highway kind of like surrounding the city, and so that's absolutely cars only, like no bikes at all because it's like minimum of like 50, 60 miles an hour. Um, and then the streets as well are just all just meant for vehicles. They're not really meant for pedestrians or biking. Um, like I will say though, like in Denver, we technically have some trails, right? So like the Cherry Creek Trail is really nice, and it's separated from the cars. You can walk there. There's also the Platte River Trail, but I don't know what like I said. There's some parks, there's some paths, but it's not like intermixed like it is in Europe. The sidewalks and paths are also not designed to make bikes and pedestrians visible. It can be hard as a driver. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing is people driving on the roads typically don't pay as much attention to the sidewalks or to the bike lanes. And I think that's kind of the thing about like Europe and how everything is kind of just like mixed use. Like because the bikes are so close to the road and sometimes on the same road as the vehicle and the pedestrians are so close, like people just pay more attention to it all. Yeah, and see you later. Don't drop the data face. Thank you for hanging out. In the UK, if you end up in court, pedestrians and cyclists generally will win. Yeah, I don't know the general case of the US, but it does seem like a lot of times if a person was like jaywalking or a bicyclist was biking maybe somewhere that didn't have a bike lane or had like a higher mile per hour speed limit, they might be the ones that get in trouble. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it was interesting to note all the differences. Yeah, I mean, honestly, what I noticed is cars seem to drive fast, but they had quick reflexes. Like there were, I'll tell you about. I think it was my Friday or no, my Saturday. I'll tell you about my Saturday. I witnessed what if the thing is if I would have witnessed that same interaction, it was like a bike, a car, and a moped. If I would have witnessed that same thing in the U.S., it would have been a catastrophe. But what happened was everybody made it out fine. Yeah, so I'll tell you about the red light district. I walked through it on Friday night. We're right now in our recap. We're only at Wednesday. We got to move faster, honestly. Yeah, no, and so I showed on my IRL stream because I was walking through Amsterdam Nord. So I was walking like these streets right here, and you see nothing but tiny cars like parked along the road, like not a single SUV or truck. Like the only big vehicles were vans, really. Um, yeah. Biggest culture shock on the trip? Honestly, just seeing signs in a different language. That's just something my brain wasn't ready for. And especially because it's like it's the same letters and characters that we use, but they're just in to an American eye nonsense orientations. So that was like really weird for me. Even if a pedestrian stepped into the road, the take would have been the car driver would have predicted they could or would step out. Yeah. Makes us better drivers. Yeah, well, the thing that Fob mentioned, so I met Fob, who's from the Netherlands, and what he mentioned is, and this made a ton of sense, the people driving cars also ride bikes because it's huge bike culture. Basically, like entire families bike together and everyone bikes. And so even the cars on the road, those people respect the bikes because they too drive bikes around. Um, and so that's that. In the US, it's not the same because a lot of people that drive don't ride a bike, so they don't have the same empathy for people that are out there on bicycles. But because you have the same people that ride bikes also driving cars, like that, the empathy is still there. But yeah, so I walked a little bit through that park. I didn't spend too much time there. Yeah, and then I went to McDonald's, which I'll tell you about next, because on the way back, my goal was to go to T-Mobile to get a phone for doing IRL streaming. But I'm going to tell you about that next, because right now we've got a taste test. Are we ready to go? Yeah, let's do it. Wait, did I not hand you the things? No. Okay, this is the one I think everybody's been waiting for. We are going to try Cool American Doritos. And we're going to compare them. Vote now. Yeah, so we're going to compare them to Cool Ranch. So you can predict in the chat now, because I'm going to do this as a blind taste test. Will I be able to test which one is American and which one is, well, which one was made in America and which one is Cool American flavor? This was bad. I'd always seen pictures of this, but I'd never actually gotten it before. So this is going to be interesting. So my lovely wife is going to put them in A and B without me knowing what's in which. And when she hands them to me, she's going to put them in the chat so you all will know. I won't know, though. I'm going to do this with a blindfold on. But while she's doing that, I'll tell you a little bit more about my Wednesday. So yeah, I walked through the park. I figured out the trams. I took a tram to get back, and this whole morning was basically like, what does ranch taste like? I have no idea how to describe it. Anyone in the chat, how would you describe ranch? I think typically it uses like buttermilk powder. I think there's some dill in there. Honestly, I have no. It just tastes like ranch. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. What does ranch taste like? Tartar? No, it's not. It's not tart or tangy. I mean, it can be tangy. Usually, it's like a little bit sweet. Okay, maybe here we go. So, I think usually it either has a mayonnaise, sour cream, or yogurt base, and then it could be either one of those things. So it's like a white sauce, and then it has the seasonings on top of it. It's not a thing in the UK. So it's creamy, tangy, and a slightly sweet taste. So that makes a lot of sense why they would call it the Cool American flavor. Can't do research. Well, it's supposed to be like a ranch flavor for non-Americans, I guess. Yeah. Okay, are we ready?
Yep.
We're ready. Okay. So I'm gonna put my blindfold on. Ready. And we'll send in the chat which one is which. So chat will know. I don't know.
Here's A.
Okay. Is it A?
Give me a second so I can send it in chat.
Okay.
Here's B.
Okay.
Move them a little bit so that they're in view.
Are they
there?
They're framed? Okay. Let me know when you've sent it in the chat. And before sending it, make sure that the prediction is over. Okay, so this is A, this is B. We'll start with A. Okay. Initial impressions, it just tastes like the ranch that I'm used to. So maybe it's not Cool American flavor. Let's see if it's any different. So this is B. This is gonna be so hard. They taste almost exactly the same. Hmm. I will say that B, I feel like it has more spices. Like there are more like flavors floating around my tongue. Definitely more of an explosion of flavor in B, but it's like the same flavor profile. Let me see if I can detect anything um a little more off, like the corn flavor. Hmm. There's a little bit of spice on that one. I don't think. Oh wait, you know what? Did you clean the bowls out?
Um, no.
Okay.
There wasn't anything in there.
Okay. I'm just hoping that I didn't accidentally have some Flamin' Hot Cheeto just then.
No.
Okay, so this one has a little bit of spice. Hmm. I'm tempted to say that this. I'm not making a decision yet, but I'm tempted to say that this is cool American flavor just because I'm used to an explosion of flavor. Like this is the this is a bit. It just does taste a bit more bland, but for whatever reason had like some spiciness to it. Like I said, this one just has so much more flavor to it. Hmm. No, I just got some weird tang at the beginning of that one though, that I'm not used to.
It's possible there were remnants of vinegar in the bowl.
Okay.
So if you're tasting vinegar, that's left.
Well, I don't know if it's okay. It's fine. It's fine. All right.
I can hand you some.
Let me eat it direct from the bag. So
I
give
can't
me
give you the bags because they're different.
yeah. So
bags.
give me A first.
This is A.
Okay. This is A direct from the bag. Honestly, I'm gonna fill my way to my I think I might drink. Yeah, I'm gonna cleanse my palate. Okay. There's definitely like a corn taste I'm not familiar with in A. Okay.
Direct from the bag B.
B direct from the bag. I mean, it could be because I'm blindfolded. Like I don't, my senses are just more aware. But I don't remember American Doritos tasting this much flavor. I think I have to go with what just happened, which is A had like a distinctly different corn flavor. So I'm guessing that European corn is different. All right, that's my final answer. A is Cool American. B is regular Cool Ranch. I got it. Nice, nice. That was hard, honestly.
Yeah, you can see the difference.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And that makes a lot. You can see this one has definitely way less seasoning on it. And then this one's like just explosion of seasoning. But like I said, this had like there's a spice randomly in there at some point. Music makes it says, "Why am I so excited?" I'm glad I figured it out. Honestly, that was the hardest one of the night. I think that's most people were excited about that one because of the Cool American. But honestly, if you're in Europe, you need to try actual Cool Ranch because it's like 3 times or 4 times the flavor of Cool American.
Let me get you a chip that's really well done
Mhm.
because I do think there's a difference.
In the Cool American one?
Yeah, they're like it's not even. So you might have gotten a spice.
Oh,
Not evenly.
I see. Yeah, actually, look at this. So, this one on the right has more seasoning on it. So I think, the Cool American just doesn't have a good flavor distribution.
Mhm.
Yeah, that one was more intense. Still not as intense, but that one had a lot more flavor on it. Yeah, let's see the bags. We'll show the sodium levels and everything else. So I might have to get out Google Lens. So this is Cool American. Um Yeah, I don't know the Dutch or the German word for sodium, so we're gonna have to we have to use Google Lens. All right, we've got salt is the last one. Zout, sel, souls. Um, so yeah, okay. There's one in 100 grams of chips. There are 1.7 grams of salt or sodium. The serving size is going to be different though, because the serving size here is 28 grams. So you have to multiply that by 4. That would make sense then. Okay, so 190 milligrams, roughly times 4. Let's do the math. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
You need me to do another?
No, I think that's it. That's the only ones we had to compare. I forgot. I should have gotten American Kit Kat because I forgot we have the UK Kit Kat. Yeah, you're up for that? All right. The wife is gonna go get a US Kit Kat so we can compare against this Kit Kat. Okay, so 760 milligrams. That doesn't seem right because that would be 0. So that would be. Oh no! Wait. Help me out. Help me out. Seven. Okay, I guess I can just ask. 0.76 gram in a serving size. There's no. That's fascinating. That means there's actually more sodium in the ones that have lesser flavor. Because these have 1.7 grams per 100 milligram per 100 grams. I may be doing the conversion wrong. I'll leave the image with. Yeah, I'll leave the image with chat. Maybe you all can have a better way of doing it. So this is what I figured out. So because this says the portion size is 100 grams. It's a little blurry, but trust me. So this says 100 g. And then it says in 100 grams, there are 1.7 grams of salt. So in, yeah, so they substituted the flavors for more stuff. So in the Cool American, 100 grams has 1.7 grams of salt. In Cool Ranch, the serving size here is 28 grams. And so the calculation that I did was, okay, so it's basically 25, multiply that times 4 to get the 100 gram serving size. That's not the portion size. The portion size is the right column. Oh, I see. But, oh, well, then we can directly compare that. Because even that's like half. It's basically half, which is what we came up with. So if this is 1.7 and a full 100 grams is 0.76, then yeah. But 30 grams has 0.5 grams of sodium, and that's a much closer comparison because 28 grams has 190 milligrams of sodium, which would be 0.19 versus 0.5. So it's basically half. This has the Americans one have like half the sodium. Fascinating. They have so much more flavor. All right, that's been Cool American. That was fun. Honestly, though, you're missing out if you haven't had Cool Ranch because they're just who cares to see that? I don't know. What we just wanted to see because I don't know if you saw it, but Cool Ranch has so much more flavor. It's so much more flavorful. Cool. That was fun. Yeah. Does it have more sugar? Maybe. No. I mean, well, there's less than a gram of sugar in Invisible Cool Ranch. um, I'll have to use Google Lens again. They don't even list sugars on here. Oh yeah, they do. No way. Fascinating. So this is it. Verzadge Vitzuren. Oh, here it is. Never mind. Okay, never mind. No, that's even crazy. Yeah, so Sucres? 1.2 grams of sugar in a 30-gram serving. And that's compared to, I guess probably, again, it's half. So there's less than a gram in the American ones. There is more salt and more sugar in the Cool American flavor than in the actual Cool Ranch. Okay, I'll stop talking about it, but that's basically our findings. They have more salt, more sugar, and they don't taste as good. Okay, let me tell you about what happened with T-Mobile. So my whole deal on Wednesday was like I mentioned earlier. I wanted to get a new phone to use for IRL streaming, and I was going to get it at T-Mobile because I saw that they had the Pixel 6a. So I went to this T-Mobile shop. I think it's like somewhere in here. It's somewhere in here, somewhere on the street. No iPhone? No. So I use an Android phone because there's like specific apps that I can use to stream. It's a global version, so it's an unlocked GSM phone. It works in the US as well. I could have gotten one before I left, and I should have, but let me tell you the story. So, and what's up, Robin? Europe was great. Yeah, I'm recapping my journey. We're on day 3. But I saw the tweet of True and Jordan. They got to meet you. That's awesome. But yeah, I loved Amsterdam. It was awesome. But yeah, so I got to T-Mobile, and my plan was to get a Pixel 6a. So I walk into the store, and I'm like, I want to buy a Pixel 6a, and they were like, no contract. Like, they actually seemed very surprised that I just wanted to buy the phone outright. And they're like, okay, yeah, we can do that. But they looked, and they did not have the Pixel 6a in stock. But they're like, hey, there's a store near us. Let me give them a call. They possibly had a 6A in stock. So they called. So the other T-Mobile was like over here, and then the T-Mobile they called was over here. They called them and they're like, yes, we have the 6A. And so the lady I was talking to, she was like, I'll walk over to the store with you. And I was like, you don't have to do that. I'll just walk around the corner. She seemed like a little bit frustrated, confused, and then the other guy working there was like, we're basically the same store, so like she wants to sell it to you. Basically, she wanted commission, and I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense. So the lady literally like walked with me all the way over through this little alleyway to get to the other T-Mobile to sell me the 6A that they had there. Yeah, it was the day after my tweet. Nice, Robin. Yeah, and thank you, Yule Terrace. It's been a pretty good stream. We did some taste testing. My wife went to go buy an American Kit Kat because we're gonna do a blind testing of American Kit Kat versus a Dutch one. I'm trying to figure out where this was manufactured though, because it has Belgian, French, and Dutch on the back. Sorry, Brom. The issue is I'm trying to prevent people from spamming in our Discord. That's why it takes a lot to get in there. I don't know where it's manufactured. It is made by Nestle. Yeah, it is. I was trying to just figure out where this specific one was made. I'll look in a little bit, but that's what we're going to do in a second. But okay, so she literally walks up with me over to the store, and then when I had looked at the stuff, it said the Pixel 6a was 288 euros, and I was like, that's a great price because in the US it's like $350 or so. But then when she rang it up, it came up as 456 euros, and I was like, that is way more than I was expecting. But she mentioned then that the 288 euro price was if you bought it under contract. But the thing is, they didn't have the no contract price anywhere. But So I was like, okay, well, do you have the Galaxy A34? Because that was like another one I was looking at. She's like, yes, we do, but it's not here. It's at the other store. So she walked with me back to the other T-Mobile store, and then I got the phone. So this is what I ended up getting. the Pixel A34 5G. It worked out, but ultimately the issue is, so this actually has 3 cameras on it, and it has like the ultra wide camera. But for whatever reason, in the app that I use for streaming, it couldn't access the ultra wide. It could only access um, the smaller field of view one. So I'm just gonna sell this on eBay and then buy a Pixel 6a. But this is the phone I got. I also, while I was there, I was like, all right, I'm not gonna shop around for like a screen protector and a case, but I need one. So just sell me whatever you had. I ended up paying like 20 euros for the screen protector and then 20 euros for the case. It's not the end of the world. You could probably get it for like half price on Amazon, half of that price on Amazon, but that's what I got. And then I went to McDonald's and I got the McCroquette. Because my whole plan was I wanted to set up the phone so that I could do an IRL stream before I went to meet up with some people, because we planned in the Discord to do a meetup with some people that lived in the Netherlands. So I actually met up with Fob and everyone else. So, but before that, first of all, I wanted to get some food. I wanted to set up my phone, do an IRL stream, and then also I wanted to go buy some board games to play in the park. So first of all, I stopped at McDonald's. This McDonald's that I went to, super nice. I probably won't be able to find the exact one on here, but almost everyone in the city center here was like multiple stories and like very well updated. So I think probably I went to, honestly, it was probably like this one. Yeah, I think this was it. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, it was a nice McDonald's, and they had multiple stories. So I went to the second floor. It was like super busy, full of people. I went to the third floor, completely empty, really clean and really nice. And so I sat there. I set up the phone, and I got a McCrocket, which is, or McCroquet, croquet, which is like the famous Netherlands like fried thing. So yeah, I got that. It was great. The frites sauce was great, and I don't eat a lot of McDonald's, but I definitely wanted to compare it to like U.S. McDonald's, like the fries and everything else. And what's up, Kacha Wolf? Welcome in. So yeah, ate there, and then I went to. Oh yeah, and this is what it was. I don't know if there's any Dutchies in the chat, but maybe you can explain what a croquette is, or croquet, because it's like fried. To me, it seemed like there was like gravy on the inside. No, we're not doing the no skip break challenge today, because I don't want to eat spicy food. We can look it up as well, like yeah, like this. What is it? A modern Dutch counterpart to the classic French croquettes, consisting of ingredients such as meat, seafood, cheese, and gravy that are refrigerated. It's It's American. It's called American frite sauce. The thing in the middle of this, or the actual frite sauce here? I don't know. I didn't get a picture of inside, but it was good. It tasted like it was from McDonald's, but it also tasted foreign, if that makes sense. McDonald's has like a very distinct taste. But yeah, went to McDonald's, and then I went to a toy store. So I wanted to find some games before the meetup. Always cut it in half for the photo. Yeah, I didn't think about it. The thing is, as the trip went on, I started taking more and more photos. So like the first part of the trip has way less photos than the latter part of it. They don't have a Big Mac. They have a Big Tasty. Oh wait, did they have a chicken Big Mac? I don't remember. I don't think they did, because if they did, I feel like I would have gotten it. Because I'll show you the picture, but on my way back, through the air when on the trip home in the airport, I got a bunch of sauces that I'd never tried before, and I got the nuggets to compare. Um, but yeah, let's find. I think it was called Intertoys. Yeah, this is the one. Um, Le Big Mac. So I searched my phone for toy stores and then I walked to this one. It was super cool. It's like in the basement area here, but they had all kinds of like toys and board games. And what I ended up getting was first of all like a no name version of Yahtzee. So it was like in a pack. It came with the dice, the cup, and then these scorekeeping cards. This is the game that I played with Fob and Soge King in the park. But it came with the scoring booklet and this. This was only it was €4 for this, which is like perfectly fine. And then I found Travel Azul. So I don't know if you've ever played Azul before. Super fun game. I play it all the time with my wife. But this is a travel version. You already back? Wow, we've got Kit Kats. We'll taste that next. So yeah, this is the travel version, and let me show you it because if you play Azul, this is fascinating. I mean, maybe you can find this on the web. I actually hadn't found the travel version before, but look at this. It's like a all-contained board with the scorekeeper, and let the battle. Thank you for the prime. And then the tiles actually like register with the board, so they have like these little indentations, and when you put them on the board, they don't move. So it's like it's perfect for playing like in the car or like when you're camping. Honestly, I prefer this over the regular Azul game because the regular Azul game, like it doesn't even come with the plastic. Your tiles are just like sitting on top of the board. So yeah, I found this in the game store and I was like, this is great. I'm gonna teach the people that I meet up with how to play Azul. And then I met up with them. So I did an IRL stream that day. One last story. So as I was walking out of this store, they had like this Lego sculpture, and I was kind of like admiring the Lego sculpture. And then I hear someone behind me. They're like, "Excuse me," and I turn around, and they're like, "You're Coding Garden, right?" I was like, "Yes." So like that was like one of the first times someone in public ever recognized me, and it was I believe Taco Bandit. Let's see if we can find them in the chat. Yeah, I think this is them. I think that's the username that they mentioned. But they found me in the streets, and I said hello a little bit, and then they were at the point they just had some frites in their hand. They were just walking around, so I was like, "Can I join you? Should we like walk around a little bit?" So I just walked with them, and we kind of like walked around. I think at a certain point we like walked past like the flower markets. You want to grab this one? Yeah. And then. Yeah, I just started walking with them, and that was a fun little experience because no one in public has ever recognized me. In Denver, I've gone to like the Develop Denver happy hour, and people have recognized me there because either I was their instructor or they've like seen me on Twitch before and knew that I lived in Denver. But yeah, that was cool. He was the first person to recognize me in public. And then after that, we walked together to Dom Square. And then once we got to Dom Square, I started an IRL stream. So if you look at the stream archive, I believe it was this one. Yeah, you can see that we were playing Azul, but I was like, yeah. So I didn't have my gimbal. It's super shaky. And also, I think this phone just doesn't have good software stabilization built in. Honestly, this was like really bad. Actually, you can see all the pigeons and stuff. But yeah, this was Dom Square. Let me just make sure I'm at 1080. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like this was so bad. I can't believe I went live with this. Like super shaky, not very HD. This is not the quality that I expect in a Coding Garden IRL stream. But yeah, I just started walking and at a certain point, I actually met up with Fob. So I was like, he mentioned he was at Central Station. He was like, I'm going to come find you. And so as I was walking down, Europe is so shaky, apparently, yeah. But as I was walking down Domrock, he walked up to me, introduced himself, and then we walked to Nord Park from there. Let's see if we can find the section where he found me. Amsterdam Central Station. So we're central to Amsterdam. Of that, right? Remind like 10 years. Here, so this really is like a, I don't know what's the word. Nobody in the chat told me how shaky the video was. Like, this is bad. I don't ever want to go live with video this shaky. But we're gonna see Fob. We're gonna see Fob in a second. many different cultures and countries. Have we dropped packets at all? Because the bit rates. Someone recognized me. So someone with the Twitch name Taco Bandit. Oh, there he is! Introduced himself, and then we walked around a little bit. We haven't dropped back? That's good, that's good. Yes, we did. Are you Fob?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, go ahead, you can say hi to the stream.
Hello.
Yeah, so we met up with him. We hopped on the metro. So there's several metro entrances right at Central Station, but we hopped in and we were going north. So the plan, hi Fob. The plan was to go to Nord Park, which is this park right here. This whole park here, just walk around and kind of like hang out. And then we played games in the park. But one thing to note is they have repeaters in the subway station. Like, we're probably like 2-3 stories underground right now, and the signal was amazing. And so the metro goes underneath the canal. So you enter at this station right here. It goes under the water, and then lets you off at this station. But we did not drop signal the entire way. Like, perfectly good signal in the subway. Yeah, but then we made it to the park. Yeah, Denver doesn't even have signal when you're above ground. Exactly. We made it to the park. We walked around a little bit. At a certain point, I think I put it on the gimbal. Maybe a little under an hour. Yeah. At a certain point, I was like, okay, So this is if you want to come smoother. hang out, feel free. I was holding the gimbal. And then we played Azul. It was super great. And then at a certain point, I needed to head back for dress rehearsal that night. And that's the first time I got to meet all of the MCs that I was going to be MCing with at JS Nation. But before we talk about that, let's do a taste test. So this time, we are going to be tasting a Dutch Kit Kat versus an American Kit Kat. Okay, so I'm gonna put my blindfold on. Wait till the prediction goes through. And you get to predict in the chat, will I guess correctly? I'm gonna be blindfolded. We're gonna have A and B. And I need to guess which one is American and which one is Dutch. Oh, and thank you, Bram. I'm glad you made it into the Discord. And like I said, it is tricky to get in, but it prevents people from spamming and stuff like that. Okay. So I'll be blindfolded in a second after the prediction is done. Heck is going to send a message in the chat to say what's A and what's B. And then I'm going to blindly taste both of them and see if I can figure out which one is the American one.
This is A.
A, okay.
This is B.
B,
Yeah, let's just move them like right there.
okay.
And it's in the chat.
All right, let's go with A first. That's got to be the Dutch one. We'll see. I haven't tasted the second one yet, but I don't ever taste chocolate like that in the U.S. Pretty sure that's Dutch. It's not super sweet. Honestly, like it's like kind of like got a bite to it, but it's good. It's good. I'm pretty sure anyway. Like, this is milkier. Probably has more sugar in it. This one tastes. I'm gonna double check, but I'm pretty sure on that. Yeah, I think I have to go with my initial tasting because at this point my buds are saturated. Um, yeah, that's my guess. This is Dutch. This is American. I got it right. Nice. Apparently these are a lot easier. Oh, this one's darker too. Um, so yeah, the Dutch one is darker. You can see the packaging. So this is an American Kit Kat. Um, which is better? I honestly like the Dutch one just because like a lot of American candies are just so sweet. Yeah, okay. Let's compare the nutrition facts because it tastes like there's more sugar. The Dutch one just feels like there's more uh there's less sugar. It's like a dark chocolate almost. So the American one has in a 42-gram serving 23 grams of sugar. And then the Dutch one there's the serving size, yeah, so in a 41.5 gram serving there's 19 grams of sugar. It's pretty close. So this American has 23 grams. Yeah, so water van suikers. Don't sucres. Oh, it's blurry. Sorry. Yeah, and it's not coming across, but that's what I found. The suikers. And so yeah. So it's about the same. 23 versus 19. I guess if we look in the ingredient list, I mean, cocoa butter is number 3, and then just chocolate. Chocolate's on the list. Yeah, I don't know what they did differently. Did you try it yet? You should try it. Dutch.
Oh, distinctly different.
Which do you like better?
I like the American one.
Do you?
If I was eating just chocolate, I would like the Dutch chocolate more, but because it's a Kit Kat,
With the wafer and everything?
yeah,
This-
chocolate's definitely better.
The Dutch one just reminds me of Europe. Like,
Yeah, it's objectively better. I like the American one.
great. All right. So I'm 3 for 3. I got all 3 correct. Because earlier we did it. No, all 4. Because we did American hot Cheetos versus Japanese hot Cheetos. We did Walker's salt and vinegar, which is UK Lay's versus American Lay's. We did Cool American Doritos versus Cool Ranch, and then we just did Kit Kat. But I got all 4 correct. Awesome. Yeah. So just recapping the day. So I'm a tasting star. We went to Nord Park, which is this park. We hung out a bunch. We did this IRL stream if you want to see us playing the games and stuff like that. But it was super cool. I got to meet Fob. I got to meet Soge King. It was a good time. And then in the evening, I needed to get back for dress rehearsal. So basically, I needed to get back to Kromhout Hall, which is where the conference was taking place here at Kromhout Hall in Amsterdam Nord. It's this giant hall here. They had the whole thing set up. I believe like this back area was like the main stage. This was like the expo floor, and then there's like a side area where the what do they call it? The resident track was. But I made my way over there, and it's massive. So I think the main stage sat at like at least 800 people. Yeah, you watched the first conference floor walkthrough. Nice. Yeah, honestly, so that IRL stream that I just sent, the whole first half of it is like super bumpy. I wouldn't be offended if you skipped it. The next IRL stream that I did, which was on Friday night and then also Saturday night, I was using my gimbal, so it was like way smoother. But this was the conference venue, and so the whole reason I was in Amsterdam was to be an MC at JS Nation conference. Um, and yeah, as you can see, massive stage. You can see there. This is the day before, so they're still setting up. There's like a Windows desktop on the screen back here, and this was like a giant. Yeah, there was a huge room, and this was a giant LCD screen. I have more pictures of it that are on my Twitter, but this was like the kind of LCD screen you see at festivals, just like massive. What do we have? Yeah, and then there's Bruce. So I got to meet all of the other MCs. I'll show some pictures next. But yeah, just got a tour of the venue. We got a rundown of how the day was going to run because yeah, MC stands for Master of Ceremonies. So it was my job and Bruce and Floor and Carolyn. We had 4 MCs. It was our job to introduce the speakers, to keep people entertained between speakers, and also to keep the day moving. So, and also to moderate the Q&A session that happened after the speakers talk. So each speaker got 20 minutes to talk and then 10 minutes for Q&A. Some speakers used all 30 minutes for their talk with no Q&A. Yeah. But yeah, we got a rundown of this and then of like the smaller room. And basically we just got oriented with what was going to happen the next day. But that was my first time meeting all of the other MCs. They're all great. You should go check them out on Twitter. I'll link them right now. So Bruce, he's from the UK. Super nice guy. I ate dinner with him that night. We got pizza. We chatted. It was good conversation. Also, Floor is great. She's been an MC at several of the Git Nation conferences before. And then Carolyn as well. And all three. Honestly, I think all 3 of them have been MCs before. This was my first time as an MC at a Git Nation conference. So yeah, definitely go check all of them out. They're super cool. And yeah, got to meet them all. Oh yeah, that's spoilers. That's spoilers earlier on. So yeah, we got oriented, and then I ate dinner with Bruce. Went back to my hotel to prepare for the next day, and I was just an MC all day at JS Nation. So really, the only talks that I got to see were the ones that I was an MC for. So actually, and what I'll show you is I actually dressed up for the for the MC role. So the organizer mentioned that we wanted to have some kind of theme for the MCs. Like usually there's like a joke or a theme. And so like last year the theme was work from home. So all of the MCs, I think they wore sweatpants, like, you know, what happens when you're at home and you take a video call. And so our idea for this year was that AI created our outfits. And so let me see if I can show it. Yeah, so you can see I looked real weird. I found like this sparkly hat. I found these LED glasses. I was wearing like this LED thing. You can't really tell here, but this is like a rainbow sparkly shirt and then like an acrylic shirt on top of that. And then, like Floor was wearing something similar. Bruce just had like a funky blazer on and stuff. Would you say anything felt different in the conference in EU versus US? No, I think mainly because everything was English language. Like every speaker spoke English. Like all the attendees had to speak English. I mean, they didn't have to, but in order they had to at least understand it because all of the speakers, all the MCs, everyone was doing everything in English. So honestly, no. I mean, it was organized wonderfully. Like the AV crew, Peter's team, was like fantastic. They managed the LCD screens. They managed like the live streams and the cameras and like the logistics of everything. Yeah, it was all great. But yeah, this was the outfit that I put together. I found like these streetwear joggers, this sparkly gray or sparkly silver rainbow shirt, like a vest, and then I'll have to actually, if you're listening, Heck, do you have the goggles or did you bring them back down? I'll have to show them, and then like this sequin hat. Yeah, my whole idea was like, yeah, I was dressed like an AI had dressed me, or was like I was an AI or a cyborg, so it was like cyberpunk inspired, but it was super hot. So like this shirt was like fully synthetic. And so These pictures were like right before the opening ceremony, um, and I wore it for the opening ceremony, but I took it off right after that because I was like, there's no way that I can wear this all day, and so I changed into this shirt, and all of the speakers I was introducing were actually on the side stage versus the main stage, so. I feel like the side stage was much more calm. It didn't like I feel like I would have been way out of place if I was wearing this. So I actually changed, and then for the end of the day, right before I introduced Wes Boss, I changed back into it because Wes was giving a talk on AI. And so it kind of fit the theme that the MC introducing him would be dressed weird. So I got to introduce him. I took a selfie with him. He was the last speaker of the day. So everyone was up on stage and I got to take a selfie with him. And Acid Spark, thank you for the 38 months. Welcome in. So that was great. I got to meet Wes. And then, yeah, that was GS Nation. I think if I'll give a quick rundown of the talks and stuff. And I guess also the people that I met. So probably the first person I met was Jack Harrington. He was in the speakers area. And if you haven't heard of him, he has a YouTube channel. This is him. And he was like setting up his cameras on the couches because he's actually going to be posting some interviews with some of the speakers that spoke at JS Nation and React Summit. So yeah, he's the first person I met. He was super kind. I introduced myself. And then I think the next person I met was probably Christoph. I forget his last name, but he was the main speaker. Yeah, Christoph Nakazawa. I met him in passing. Actually, he gave me a melon Kit Kat from Japan. I'm gonna taste that next. Because I haven't opened it yet. But he brought snacks from Japan and he was like giving them to people. So let's try it. I've tried a lot of different Kit Kats from Japan. Oh, thank you, Platt. I've had like the dark chocolate ones. They also had ones that are supposed to taste like crackers, like digestives. What else did I've had like the dark chocolate orange ones, but yeah, let's try melon. Yeah, the wheat biscuit ones. I think those are like the digestives. Oh, almost smells like bubble gum. Wow, that's great. It just tastes like melon. It's like super sweet. It doesn't taste like bubble gum. It actually tastes like melon. That's like so accurate. Yeah, I've never had this one before. Is it better than the original? It's just different, right? Because the original is just chocolate. Like this is something else. Yeah, recommend. 8.5 out of 10. Would try again. Very good. Yeah. So yeah, I think Christoph is the first person I came across, and like I was at the point that I met Christoph, I had it was the beginning of the day. I hadn't done the intro ceremony yet. Um, and well, I don't know if you could tell, but they're mini size. So like this is the mini versus the large. They're still like snack size. But he was in the speakers area and like walked in and he was like very taken aback. Because I was dressed so funky in this outfit here. But he was super kind. It was good to meet him. Yeah, so that was most of the day. I was like introducing speakers and stuff like that. Let me just show like the schedule of JS Nation. I'll mention all the speakers that I introduced. I think the first one I introduced was Barry Polland. He gave a talk on measuring web performance. Or was it Mateo? Where'd that talk go? Oh, in person. That's why it's different. Yeah, so I introduced Barry Polland. He talked about top core web vitals. Um, and then Carolyn was in the room with me. I think she introduced. No, actually, no, it was Bruce. Bruce introduced Zach, and then I got to introduce Elena. She did a talk on Apache Kafka, um, and that was super interesting because I'd heard of Kafka before and sort of tried to learn about it, but her talk was awesome because it had lots of visuals that really gave um, a like a good and gave me a good mental model of what Apache Kafka actually is and what it's for. And then she showed some examples with a TypeScript library on how to integrate with it. And then we did a Q&A, and then Phil gave a talk, but we didn't do a Q&A. And then Mateo did his I would never use an ORM. So he actually did an interview on my channel here, if you watched that, about that topic. And I gave him a Q&A after. So Kafka is, now you're testing my knowledge, but it's, I believe it's message queuing. So basically you have producers of messages and consumers of messages, but it basically holds on to those messages, and it very easily scales as well. Yeah, Matteo is Italian. He is. Yep, and then I am introduced Sebastian Vitalets, and his talk was super cool. So they have a product called Weaviate, and it basically they have a library that integrates really easily with I think GraphQL Apollo. So you can basically just have your regular plain old Apollo queries. I think it was Apollo. Let's just say GraphQL, like your GraphQL querying library, and then once you set up Weaviate, it just adds this method where you can use machine learning to do searching and querying across your data. So that was super cool to see. And then the last one I did was for Wesboss. So I introduced Wesboss's talk for AI and web development. Yeah, it's funny. That's an opinionated answer, huh, Codex? It's like this, but it's slower. I don't have experience with really any of them. But yeah, it's a message queuing system. But it was cool to see that there are libraries out there that give you like good TypeScript support for creating like both producers and consumers. No, it's an objective answer. Okay, I believe you. Based on experience. But yeah, JS Nation was great, and then in the evening was the speakers dinner. So. Oh yeah, I forgot. And that's at the end of the conference, I also met Will Klein and Josh. And Josh mentioned, so they had this wall where people could go up and draw. And Josh was like, I drew the Colorado flag up there, so go find it. So I went and found it because there's this wall with a bunch of markers and pencils, and you could color things in. And then they had the after party with like the JavaScript Pale Ale. And then I took a boat ride. And so this boat ride was only for the speakers and MCs of the conference. Yeah. All right. And see you later, Mommy. Thank you for hanging out. And so this was super cool. We got this tour of the canal. Let me see. I'm sure it's in 1080. And then dinner was interesting too. And so this was actually on a boat that was a hotel and a restaurant. Let me see if I can find it. This one. Oh, it's pretty late, Fob. Feel free to leave. You don't have to stick around. But yeah, this is the Capitan Ana. Some of the speakers were actually staying at this hotel. Are the canals smelly? Sort of. Honestly, I didn't hear anyone else mention it, but to me, and especially like right when I got there, it kind of smelled like cow manure. I don't know, like it didn't smell great. It did not smell great. I think like later on in the week, like the wind had picked up quite a bit, so like it didn't smell as bad. But yeah, it wasn't great. Though the water is clean. I'll show you. I think I have a picture of it because I took a canal cruise through the canals, like in Amsterdam Center, because the Capitan Ana basically went from like around up here, just like through this giant canal here, and then turned around and then went back. And he found there's no cows for miles. So maybe it's, but like I feel like there's a distinct difference between like cow manure versus other kinds of stuff. But yeah, so that was that tour. But I'll talk about it in a bit. But on Saturday, I got to take a canal tour that went through all of these canals. So like the canals that actually go through like city center, that one was super cool too. And that water, honestly, it didn't smell that bad. But yeah, Capitan Ana, super interesting. There were actually speakers staying in the hotel, so it's like a docked boat, and there were people that were staying in the hotel. But then the top deck level is actually a restaurant, and so all the speakers got to have a private dinner there. I'm curious if I can find yeah. Let's look at a menu because I believe we got some bitterballen. Let's see. It was ranked. Yeah, yeah. I'll tell you about the red light district in a little bit because I didn't get to go there until Friday night. Right now we're at Thursday in the um in the run through of everything that happened. Um, Appetizers. I'm thinking, yeah, here it is. Here it is. So portion of Dutch Van Dobben, bitterballen, 6 pieces. Well, basically, when the waitresses were walking around, they had entire bowls of them. But I'm guessing it was bitterballen. We don't see any pictures here, but I'm guessing that was one of them. And then we had some kind of meat composite. It was like a pate or something like that. Let me see if I can find it on this menu. But it was cut into a triangle. And maybe anyone who's Dutch in the chat can maybe tell me what this thing is. But I think it had olives in it, and there were like various other meats. But it was like cut into a triangle, and then they also had some like jam on the side that you could dip it into. Like an olive loaf, maybe? Maybe? He sounds fancy. Yeah, I don't. I mean, it tasted fine. I tried everything that was put in front of me. I'm not scared to try things. I mean, it honestly kind of reminded me of like Spam, but it also had. It seems like it had multiple meats in it, and had olives as well. Yeah, so I don't know. Um, and we had fish for dinner. So we had like fish with like a potato cake and then like a hollandaise sauce. There's no fish here. I don't think it's on this menu. Maybe we got a custom menu? Yeah, because the fish isn't even listed here. I think we had like cod or something like that. I don't know. Regardless, it was good. It was good. I feel like it was a very like Dutch meal because it was like potato and fish. And then I got some other cool shots while the boat was going. And I guess I didn't tell this story, but in order to get to that boat, they had a like a taxi for us that picked us up over near the venue. Yeah, so this was Cromhout Hall. There was a boat that picked us up right here on this dock and then took us to the Capitan Ana, which was like down here in this area. But you had to be on that boat at a specific time. I think it took off at like 6:30. And so at 6:30 they started to disembark, but then Mishko Hevry, he was on the front of the boat, and he got a message from someone, and they were like, there's like 5 more people coming. So he told the boat driver, and the boat driver was like, oh, all right. So he docked back again, waited for those people to get on, and at that point it was like 6:45, and so it was like, all right, we gotta go. Like the boat driver was kind of like he seemed frustrated. He's like, we need to get out of here. And so we started taking off, and we were like right here, like right off the dock, and all of a sudden Ryan Carniato and Wes Boss start walking up. But the boat driver was like, "No, It's like we gotta go. I can't dock again to pick you up." And so everyone on the boat just kind of like waved goodbye to Ryan and Wes as we embarked over to the Capitanana. Wes was filming a video. I don't know if he posted it on Twitter or anything like that. Um, but it's so the thing is, it was privately hired, so I think that's why he was a little more lenient. But typically, if it's on a schedule, you can't really do that. He posted a picture. I want to see it because I haven't seen it yet. Um, I wonder if I'm in it too because he like walked up and we're all waving goodbye, and I'm sure he snapped a photo. Um, let's see. Maybe it was Instagram. I'm gonna find it. I think I'm gonna take the time to find it because that's the other half of the story that would be good visually. Mm, I think it's because I'm on a VPN. Instagram won't let me see it. Let me disconnect from my VPN. Give me a second. Was it a reel? I don't know. Does he have any other social media that he posts to? Story. Click his profile pic. I guess I don't know what a story is. I have to be logged in? Can you send me a link to the story? I guess I can log in. Give me a second. I'm gonna have to log in. Can I see further back? Because there's only 4 stories listed right now. I just don't know how Instagram works. Did you see it, Fob, or you were just guessing that that's where I would find it? And I guess Instagram stories disappear? Ah, okay. I missed it then. I should have saved it. It was good context for the story. But yeah, they missed it. They ended up making it to the boat still because technically you could have. So like this was a free taxi or like a taxi hired by the event organizers, but technically you could have come over to Central Station and then hopped on, I believe, this ferry, one of these ferries, and then it would take you almost like right next to the, I think right over here to the Capitan Ana. Um, so I think that's probably what they did, or they took a taxi. Uh, but yeah, that was a thing. Um, yeah, I took a few more videos, and then um, that was it for that night. Did I do anything else? No, I just made it back from the dinner and then got tried to get some as much rest as I could for React Summit. But again, that night, I'm pretty sure I only got 3 hours of sleep. So we're 3 days into the trip, and I only have a total of 9 hours total sleep. Wait, no, did I miss? No. Okay, so yeah, honestly, same thing. So night before, 3 hours. The night of JS Nation, 3 hours. And then we had the React Summit. So if you were following me on Twitter, basically all the stuff that happened at React Summit, I was live tweeting. So that was my job for React Summit, was not to be an MC, but to just tweet about the event as it was happening to drum up interest in it. But this was a funny pick because Theo was doing an ad read for Codex. Codex had a booth in the expo area. And so every now and then, basically Theo, like Big Brother, would be on this giant screen, telling us about Codex. So yeah, why so little sleep? I think it's just like my internal clock was off, and so it's almost like my body was only taking naps. Like it didn't want to take a full night's rest. Because the thing is, like, after those 3 hours, I woke up and I couldn't go back to sleep. Like that was it. My body was like just ready to keep going. I think it was just the time difference. Yeah, it's not that necessarily that I was busy. It was just like I literally would lay down in bed and like couldn't get to sleep for any longer. Yeah. And see you later, Timon. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah. I should be done pretty soon, honestly. We have a few more snacks that we'll need to taste. Honestly, let's pick a snack to taste right now. Are you laughing at the Theo, the giant Theo? I'm gonna try these Lay's paprika flavor. Yeah, so this is fun. Honestly, it's probably no different than what we can get in the US because it's all Haribo. But this has cola and cherry in it. And I guess the other bags of chips didn't do this, but this is typically what happens when bags of chips come to Colorado because our elevation is so high. Like we're 1.6 kilometers above sea level. And so when bags of chips come here, they inflate like this. Was thirsty and only had some Bacardi. Getting drunk, Bob? Okay, but this is Lay's paprika flavor. We do not have this flavor in the US. It's good. It's good. Almost tastes like barbecue chips. It tastes like I'm tasting sea level air, exactly. Perfectly fine. Nothing to write home about. Kind of tastes like barbecue chips. The ones that I tried when I were in Amsterdam was actually the baked Lays, and they actually tasted a little bit different. So yeah, this was React Summit. Honestly, we'll just look at my Twitter for this because I was like live tweeting the whole day. So if you just look at my Twitter from those specific days, you can see all the stuff that was happening. So there was the opening ceremony, and so this was React's 10th anniversary. Yeah, so we tried baked paprika there. So yeah, opening ceremony was great. All of the MCs for React Summit were awesome. There was Metin and Nathaniel and I think it's Ellie and Yanni. And then that was the first keynote speaker, Michelle. Yeah, all the MCs were great. They actually had, actually I'll play the video for you because everyone in the crowd sang happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear React. Happy birthday to you. Burn the candles.
I just wanted to get a shot of the crowd. Like, there's like over 800 people in that crowd. You hate happy birthday sing. I'm sorry, Acid Spark. Sorry you had to experience that. But it's pretty. I've never been in a room with that many people all singing happy birthday, so that was pretty fun. And then the first talk was Michelle. So his talk was called "Everything Old is New Again," and kind of just talked about how all the like a lot of the technology patterns and trends kind of like repeat themselves. So like in talking about like mutability and immutability, how certain things have popped up in the JavaScript ecosystem and we're kind of like going in circles. Also talked about like state management patterns and like a few other things. It was a really good talk. After that, I went over and saw Mishko's talk. So he demoed Quickify, which lets you take a React component and use it inside of a Quick app. And so Quick does a lot of optimizations of like loading the least possible JavaScript, and like it doesn't do hydration. It basically just it loads the JavaScript when it's needed, which is super fascinating. And basically with their Quickify function, you can turn any React component to be able to do that. So I saw Mishko's talk, and I think, is that in here? Yeah, I got to take a selfie with him. So that was great. And then after that, I kind of explored. So if you saw the IRL stream that I did, I actually did an IRL stream of the expo floor. So that one is here if you want to check that out. So basically, I just during a coffee break, I kind of walked around to show the expo floor. I think, was this the point where we came across True and Jordan? Yeah.
Honestly, we might.
I think it was.
Jordan.
Yeah, there they are.
What's up, dude? Yeah, so this is the old place where they used to build ships. And Vape Juice Jordan, what's up, dude? Can you wave at the camera? Oh, there you are. Or where are you at?
See, I thought that was him.
So
But no.
Vape Juice Jordan and Mewtwo are.
Yeah, look at them. So there's Vape Juice Jordan and then Mewtwo. They were in the on the ground. And actually that morning I ate breakfast with them accidentally at the hotel because like I was already sitting down and they walked by. I waved and they were like, "Can we sit?" I was like, "Of course." And we chatted. They are so easy to talk to. Honestly, like the kindest and most accommodating people that I met at the conference. Super kind. And I was really happy that I got to meet them. We also met up on Saturday before I left, just to take a photo for Twitter. But yeah, they were great. But yeah, then I just kind of like walked the floor to kind of give an idea for like what the conference was like and like the expo floor. And then I think in this IRL stream, I also tried to do some live coding up on the balcony. But we were dropping frames every now and then, but we ended up building like a little memory game with React. So this was a fun live stream as well. And then, then I watched True and Jordan's talk after lunch. So I think I'll probably send them these photos, but these are like some behind the scenes. They were setting up their speaker notes and everything before the talk. They went up, they gave their talk, Should You Use React in 2023? And it was a great talk. It was super nuanced as well. Where did that go? Why is that tweet not here? I don't know where that tweet went. Maybe it got categorized as a reply or something like that. But yeah, their talk, like the title seems very like reactionary or like clickbait, but they was very nuanced. They give a really good rundown of whether or not you should. And then like they gave a good Q&A and more behind the scenes. They were doing like a Q&A there as well. And here's another photo of Theo popping up on the screen. So for the open source awards, I forget which award this was specifically. Yeah, was it most impactful contribution to the community? Theo was actually nominated for this. And so they ran a video. And so Theo wasn't there in person, but he got to show up on the big screen several times. And then that's Peter. He like ran the whole logistics of the event, like the AV and the camera guys and the live stream and everything else. And then this is towards the end of React Summit. All the speakers got up on the stage, took some photos. So yeah, and then the after party. So I didn't get to try one of these beers because I was busy doing something else. Oh, actually, that's another story to tell. So throughout the day, I was tweeting, and I tweeted this. I said, if you find me at React Summit on the expo floor, I will give you some shiny stickers. So several people had come up to me even the day before, and I anybody that came up to me and that said they knew me from like YouTube or Twitch, I gave them stickers. But then I specifically tweeted this, and for whatever reason, this was showing up on the React Summit live stream, like in between the breaks, and they also had screens that had like the schedule and stuff. And this tweet kept popping up, so many people ended up finding me. Yeah, Fob knows me. I was supposed to give Fob some stickers, but I forgot to when I met him in person. I'm gonna mail them to him. Yeah, so I posted this, and it was really funny because it was this person, Ivan. They messaged me as like, we're a team of 3. We want those. We're gonna be looking for you. And they did not find me until the very end of the conference. So like, I think it was like right after this photo. I was tweeting about the open source awards because it actually like it took me quite a bit of time to. So I took photos. Exactly, Acid Spark. It's very, very inefficient. But I took photos of all the winners of the open source awards. And my whole thing was, okay, I'm gonna make a tweet, which I did. And so like if you're interested in the open source awards, it's a thread that starts with like congrats to everyone, and then each individual message is the picture that I took of who the winner was, and then I also like added the various winners of each of these. And so I was basically I found like a chair in the back, and I was working on my phone to like get this tweet out, and the conference was already over, but then Ivan and his crew walked up to me, and they're like, "Are you CJ?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's me." And so they were literally one of the last ones to get some shiny stickers. Yeah, Sarah Lizette, she posted a picture of them, but these are the ones that I was handing out to anybody that came up to me. But yeah, I hadn't mentioned that yet. It was super cool. There were like at least 15 people that came up to me that were like, "I used to watch your YouTube channel. I learned a ton." And honestly, that was kind of like the main story. Like most of the people that knew who I was, like don't actually watch anymore, which is kind of sad, but I think hopefully they've like rediscovered me because they met me in person. But that was the story of a lot of people that are like, "Yeah, I used to watch you on YouTube all the time." And I was like, "You should watch now. Come watch on Twitch." Yeah, I gave out a bunch of stickers. That was fun. The open source awards happened. And then there was also like the final talk from Christoph, which was super good. He built a game, but now I'm a senior dev. Yeah, so I don't want to. I guess that's the case, right? Yeah, let me know in the chat. Were you at JS Nation or React Summit? Let me know. But yeah, and then the last talk of React Summit was from Christoph, which is how not to build a video game. He built an entire game in React with Vite and PNPM and TypeScript and Relay and Emotion and Prisma, GraphQL, Socket.io, persistent data structures. And his talk was super cool because the demos of the game that he built were embedded in the slides, and some slides had like 100 or 1,000 different instances of the game. So a lot of the work that he did and that he was talking about is how he got a game written in React to be so performant. So that was super cool. And then there was the after party, which I tried to live stream. So the after party, do I have photos of this? Yeah, so I think this is one of the only photos. Oh, I'll show you the algo rave next. So they cleared out the expo floor. They had a bunch of glow sticks and like funny glasses, and there was an open bar, and then also waiters and waitresses just walking around with food. So they had like hamburgers, sausages. I think I saw like some taquitos, some other finger foods. So super cool after party. And I didn't live stream the first part because the first part they also had a room for karaoke. I sang some karaoke, and then they had an algo rave. So if you've never heard of an algo rave or of live coding, this is actually like the first kind of live coding that ever happened. Was people had live coding environments where they could create music and visualizations. So yeah, so this is the music thing exactly. So I'll play it for you now. But this guy, I'll have to figure out what his name is. But on the right on the right half of the screen is his code and he's making the music, and then on the left half of the screen is her code and she's making all of the visualizations behind it. But the crowd was super into it, and so like I've seen like clips or music of algo raves before, and a lot of times like it doesn't necessarily have a beat or it seems hard to dance to. They did an amazing job of like being just like a DJ but with code, right? Like so they would like bring people up, bring people back down. It was super cool. Yeah, so that's all I took of it, but that was super cool, and it was cool that the event the organizers of the event put this on, because they were there, and then right after that and before them was just like a regular DJ people were dancing to, and there was a silent disco. So that's where you pick up a pair of headphones from the desk, and there were 3 different channels you could tune into, but whatever channel you were tuned into, the headphones lit up a certain color. And so if you saw somebody else with the same color, basically they were dancing to the same music as you. So that was pretty interesting. But the thing is, I thought that the after party was going to go until 11 p.m., but for whatever reason, they ended at like 10. So I left the party at like 9:30, and I was like, I want to go back so that I can IRL stream the party itself, because like I want to show the algo rave and karaoke and everything else. But the moment I got back, it was over, and so like everybody was leaving. I didn't like, I got to show the floor, and then these are some people that I met. I was giving some stickers to. Yeah, and this guy, he was like, "You got to get out of here." I think he was a bouncer. He was like, "You can't be here." I think he thought I was like selling drugs or something like that, because I pulled these sparkly stickers out of my bag, and they almost look like little baggies themselves. So yeah, I was dealing stickers. And I like he told me I needed to leave. But those people got some free stickers before I left. But yeah, this was the party. Over there was where the algo rave was, and then the side area was where they had karaoke. Yeah, I need your sticker fix, exactly. I'll show you this because it was really funny, because right as I walked in, the guy that was in charge of the karaoke was like, "No, we got to shut it down." So everyone was like, "Oh, be ending." I'll just show this really quick. This is where they were doing karaoke. Are they gonna? Yeah, they turned it off. People are sad. But yeah, it was fun. I sang one song at karaoke. And so because the after party was over, I just did a walking stream. So we took the subway. Yeah, we took the metro to get back to Central Station. And then I sang Basket Case by Green Day. And actually, so I had signed up for that. And then when I went on to sing it, there was another person that was like, "Hey, I signed up for that same song." And so they sang it. They sang it with me. Yeah, what's up, Mr. Dream Wolf? I'm back. Excellent choice. Thank you. Yeah, I like it. It's a good, like, I feel like it's not the best karaoke song, but people know the general melody of it. So there's no video proof of it now. People know the general melody of it. So people tend to at least like hum or sing along when that song is on. That I know of. Yeah. Did I have fun? Yeah, it was a great time. Absolute great time. So yeah, after that I did just like a walking stream. So yeah, we walked through the Cowper's Passage, which is that like tunnel. Basically I kind of just did a tour. Oh, this was cool. I did a tour of Amsterdam Central Station. But one of the things you should check out if you're in Amsterdam Central is the underground bike garage. I don't know. Because it is fascinating. And I lost signal while I was down there, but I was like, yeah, we should check this out. It's basically just rows and rows and rows of bicycles, and it fairly recently opened, so it's like brand new. I think at a certain point I lost signal, and I tried to demo how it works, but basically it's like hydraulics. Yeah, so you pull it out, and then you like ride your bike onto it, and then like put it back on. But yeah, this was super cool to show. And then what did I do after that? Oh yeah, I guess we walked around. So we were walking down Domrock, and then we walked through some of the other like side streets. And I guess I didn't even realize that we did get to Dom Square at night too. So just to show on a map, basically we took a metro from here. So the conference was here at this yellow dot. Walked over, took a metro. Metro drops me off at Central Station here. Walked around a bunch. And then right now in the video, we're basically, like, we had just walked down this, and we're in this square right here, which is known as a Dom Square. Yeah, this was questionable. I probably should not have gone down that empty alleyway. But honestly, it was like a tourist area anyways. Like, it wasn't too sketchy. I think right after this, though, I was rocking in like a very busy area. So this next place I was walking was like a lot closer to the. Did I feel safe? Almost everywhere I was, I felt safe. Yeah, I think the only times I didn't feel safe is when there were just large crowds because I got paranoid of like pickpockets and stuff like there. Dom, like DAHM or like DAM, but that's how you pronounce it. I think is Dom, like like the document object model. But yeah, and actually, like, look at all these bikes. There's bikes everywhere. Yeah, I think like walking through here, I just felt a little on edge because how close together people were. Is like I didn't want to get pickpocketed or anything like that. But other than that, yeah, everything felt super safe. I think this area that I was in right now was kind of like right next to the red light district, and so I didn't check out the red light district this night, but I did at least walk through it the following night. Yeah, apparently the bitrate got really bad at a certain point too. But yeah, just kind of walked around. And then people tried to people bet on if I would make it to the ferry in time. And I did, because basically this was the last ferry of the night, but we made it. And I mentioned it earlier, but all of the ferries are completely free to take across the larger canal. I guess I never looked up what that is called. It's this one here, this big thick canal. But there's multiple stops. So like there's a ferry that goes from here to here, and a ferry that goes from here to here, and then one that goes from here all the way down here, and like several others, but they're all free. I'll show this really quick because we get to see all the bikes and people get off the ferry.
Tech conference. JS Nation was yesterday and React Summit was today.
Yeah, boat taxis.
The ticket's the same for all the SVB, but the ferry is free. You don't have to have a ticket for the ferry.
Apparently I was calling it the SVB then too. It's actually the GVB.
I'll be here till Sunday, so tomorrow is my exploration day.
Yeah, I missed your message, Codex. But yeah, so I had a side bag that I always wore in the front, like with the zippers towards me to, just in case somebody tried to pickpocket me. I was still a little paranoid though, I don't know.
So Fob, I was doing my other channel when there was...
Cool. So ferry across is pretty quick, like 3-4 minutes tops. And then I walked over to my hotel. But the thing is, even though this was at night, look how well lit the streets are. That's something I guess I didn't get to talk about earlier. Like most places, at least that I was, were extremely well lit at night. So yeah, I did not feel unsafe like at any time. Now, of course, that probably varies depending on where you are in the city, but at least the areas that I were in, that I was in, which was mostly like Amsterdam Central and then Amsterdam Nord. So this is like the central area with all the shops and everything. And then over here is Amsterdam Nord. Yeah, very bright, like felt very safe at night just because of all you could see everything. So yeah, that was that stream. And then the following day was the last day in Amsterdam. But again, if we're tallying my sleep, so after that, I think this was the most sleep I got while I was there. I got 4 hours of sleep that night. Um, but then we have the last day, which was the canal tour. So this was actually sponsored by the event, the like Git Nation, JS Nation, and React Summit as well. You had to sign up early because like it actually filled up, but they did free canal tours. So I think this one started at like 10 a.m. I just have a bunch of. At this point, I think as the trip progressed, I got more and more comfortable with just taking more and more photos. Like early on, I was like very hesitant, but now I realize like if I want to remember anything, I need to snap some photos. So I was going crazy. I was just taking pictures everywhere, like of all this stuff. But the canals were beautiful. Like we also had a tour guide that was telling us about the things that we were going by. Like this is a Chinese restaurant that opening night almost sunk. Because it was like over capacity, and now they just limit the capacity. And then this is the Nemo Museum, which is actually a completely free science museum. I didn't get to go in, but I did walk near it. That's me under a bridge. I don't know what that is, but it looks cool.
By the way, I forgot.
And then we got to see a bunch of like houseboats. So this is the thing that I didn't realize is a lot of the houseboats are like not completely free, just the top deck. Oh, okay. I thought he mentioned everywhere was free. That's good to know though, because like the top deck has like stairs you can walk up, and then there's like a big terrace. Okay, that's good to know. But yeah, houseboats can actually move on their own. At least these kinds. Like look, this is like literally a brick house that's just like floating there. And if it wanted to move, it would need like a barge to pull it. But what they mentioned is like these houseboats, they have electricity, they have plumbing. They have like everything you would have in a house, but it's just like floating in the canal. And then he just mentioned this bar because it's actually like tilted. You can't really see it from this angle, but when we're approaching it from the other angle, it's like literally like tilted sideways. And a lot of the stuff is because the ground has settled quite a bit.
Let's take a look at Starboard. If we have some houses, we'll show it to us. Because these here at Starboard, these are all new, and I must be honest, I think they're quite ugly. So
yeah, and for the tour we had to learn starboard versus port side. I think starboard is the right, port side is the left. When looking forward towards the bow of the ship, port and starboard refer to the left and right side. I think I got that wrong then. So port side is left, starboard is right. Okay. Yeah. About the punting boats? I didn't see those. Port and left both have 4 letters. Ah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, and then went by this. This was like a little flea market. When I went to do an IRL stream later in the day, it was too late in the day. The flea market had already closed down. But yeah, that's like a little market right there. That's the Blau Bridge or the Blue Bridge. It's kind of gray.
one was living on this side, and the other.
But yeah, behind you can see the opera and ballet.
When they wanted to meet one another, they either had to take this bridge, which is for some reason called the Blue Bridge, like blue, and the second bridge is really further away. One of the sisters had some money, so they started building their own bridge. So they started from both sides, working up towards the middle, but in the end, they had less and less money.
Yeah. So this is just me being a tourist, like just taking as many pictures as possible. Oh yeah, so we drove by the this was a botanical garden, and there's also like a little park beside it. But I did an IRL stream later in that day, and I like walked all through here, so I'll show that in a second too. But yeah, we walked through this park, which was super cool. And we walked by the opera, and there was an event happening, so like just tons of people were in like bow ties and like women in like big fancy dresses and stuff. Punting boats are a UK thing. Fascinating. And then I think this was a swan I saw. Yeah, big bird. I don't know, it was super cool. I would absolutely, if you're in Amsterdam, do a canal tour. And then there was the Nautical Museum and like this older ship. And like later in the day, I also walked through like a shipyard.
used to be open water. It used to be much more like Venice than it is today. And many people in Amsterdam think that the construction of the central station is one of the major mistakes in city development, because with this artificial island, they blocked the open water. So in a way, that is a real pity.
Yeah,
By the
well,
way,
it's absolutely it's interesting. The tour guide showed. I don't think I got a picture of it, but they literally put a cup into the water, and it was clear. It came out clear. So I think the reason it's so murky just has to do with, like, I don't know, the mud on the bottom of the water. But it's actually, the water itself isn't that dirty. It looks dirty, but yeah, he just like reached over the side of the boat, scooped a cup, and it just came out clear. So yeah, it looks dirty, but it's actually not. I think it's like just some church. This is like the opposite side of like Central Station. I think is over here to the left. Yeah, that's Central Station. And then I was on the early boat tour, so these are all the people that were waiting to get on to the next boat tour. And I at that point I was like, I'm taking pictures of everything. So I walked up to these two guys. I was like, hey, can I take your picture? And they're like, us? I guess so. But they smiled. They were good sports. But they were holding up the sign so the people knew that that's where they went for the boat tour. Cruising the Cut, yeah. And then after that, there was a speakers dinner, and this was some of the best Indian food I've ever had. It was so good. So good. That's just a snapshot of it, but I'll show some of the tweets that happened, because I met Sung Ho, I met Luciano, I met Johan. Was that his name? Yogan, not Johan. Hey, Sam Kit Kat. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. You missed the from Kit Kat Central. Nice. You missed the Cool American Doritos versus Cool Ranch Doritos earlier. And surprisingly, the Cool Ranch Doritos, like the actual American ones, are so much more full of flavor than the other ones. But I will have to clip it. I did a blind taste testing and I got it right. I figured out which is the right ones. But I can do it again. I'll at least just show you on camera to all of the Raiders. So I was in Amsterdam last week, and so this whole stream I've been giving a recap of my trip and everything that happened. But I brought back a bunch of snacks. Let me show the photo on my Twitter really quick. Is this a Web3 stream? No, this is just right now. It's just a just chatting stream. Because while I was there, the last day of the trip, I just went to like every shop I could find and just picked up all these snacks and everything. You here for the snacks? Nice. So here we have Doritos Cool Ranch, and then you may not have seen this, but it's actually hilarious. Cool American flavor. So if you're ever in Germany or the Netherlands, I don't know if they have these same ones like in the UK, but it's literally called Cool American. Yeah. And I mean, I found out because like there's a lot of Europeans that hang out in my chat here, and they're like, yeah, we don't know what ranch is. Some people were like, what is ranch? So I think that's why they had to call it Cool American, because in that market nobody knows what ranch is. But I'll give you, I'll taste it and I'll tell you what comes to mind as I taste it. So first I'm going to taste the cool American flavors. Yeah. So this is Cool American. I'll show you side by side in a second. But what I noticed is very corn forward. You can absolutely taste the. No, it doesn't taste like an American actually. You can taste the corn because it's technically a corn chip with seasoning. So it's like very corn forward and also like very salty. Honestly, I think my taste buds are just oversaturated because like I really don't even taste the ranch in it, honestly. And then when you taste Cool Ranch, it's an explosion of flavor. So like, it's so much different. And I'll show you the two chips in comparison. Like Cool Ranch, you taste the ranch, you taste the herbs. So, what a scam. Actually, you can't really even tell, but this one is Cool Ranch. You can see like the dots of color on it. And then this one is Cool American. You can see it's not quite as seasoned. I'll send you some Cool Ranch, yeah. Yeah, and then we compared the ingredients. Cool American actually has more sugar and more salt, and it doesn't even taste as good as the Cool Ranch. Every time. There's an explosion of flavor. Yeah. I think so a lot. I think so. Like, a lot of the stuff is more extreme, because same thing happened. I'll show you the other one we taste tested. With salt and vinegar. So these are from the UK. So in the UK, Lay's is called Walkers. But it's fascinating to me because I thought I really like fish and chips. You know, like UK is known for fish and chips, and I like to put malt vinegar on my fish and chips. So I assumed that like salt and vinegar chips would be more tangy, but the Walkers are like, it tastes more like potato, and it's actually like less tangy than the US ones. Yeah, so like you taste the potato, whereas Lay's or the UK one is honestly, and I think they look fairly similar too. Let's compare. Well, the American ones are like lighter. It's so much more vinegar, so much more tangier, and you don't taste the potato. It tastes a bit more like a composite. I don't think it is composite. It actually is potato slices, but this tastes, honestly, this tastes more processed than the UK one. But like I think like what was it? Lot, yeah, like Lot mentioned, all of the US flavors are just so much more. I think people in the US are like used to like explosions of flavors. Yeah, I don't know. It's almost like the thinness of just doing like a peeling or a shaving. Oh, and we also tasted Dutch Kit Kat versus American Kit Kat. A salt and vinegar, yeah. Well, it assaults your tongue. It's like so much, so tangier than that. But I mean, you can even see it here. The Dutch one is much darker chocolate. So the right-hand side here is Dutch, and it's darker. The American one is creamier. It's sweeter. I actually prefer the Dutch one. Oh, Sam Kit Kat. Yeah, look at that. We got Kit Kats. I didn't even think about that. And I met he was a speaker at React Summit. His name was Christoph. He's from Japan, and he brought me melon Kit Kat. So we tried this earlier. These were super good. I'm saving this piece for my wife. But this was great. Like, this tastes like melon. It's like a melon Kit Kat. But then the other comparison we did was Japanese Flamin' Hot versus American Flamin' Hot. Banana Kit Kat is amazing. I've never had that one. I'm down to try it because a lot of the American banana flavors is just like that fake banana flavor. And I feel like a lot of the Japanese flavors, they've somehow captured the essence of the real thing they're trying to replicate. So I'd be down to try it. I have not tried Milana ice cream. Yeah. Banana, the fruit itself is too powerful. Yeah. But let me so this was fascinating. So I earlier when I tasted these, I tasted all of them blind. But look at the difference between Japanese hot Cheetos and American hot Cheetos. The Japanese ones don't have red dye, and they look more like Cheetos. Yeah, so this one has red 40 in it, and this almost tastes like the Japanese one. Almost has like a curry flavor, like yeah. Yeah, it's like cheddary curry, whereas the Flamin' Hot, which I mean I love Flamin' Hot, but that's just like immediate spice. Um, these are just like so much more. There's more depth. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, it's very similar to jalapeno Cheetos. I completely agree with that. Yeah. Yeah, the American is based on Mexican spice mixtures. Yeah, I imagine it's like paprika, cayenne. I don't know, but of that. So where were we? Oh yeah, I was trying to find the photo that was shared um, by Yogan and also Sung Ho to show you because I met some of the other speakers at the speakers dinner and they were all super kind. So I guess I didn't even mention this earlier, but Luciano was one of the first people that came up to me to say, "Hey, I watch your Twitch channel," and like, quick shout out to him real quick. He streams every now and then on Twitch, but he was super kind. Like multiple times at the conference, I was like alone or like not talking to anybody, and like he would come up, he'd say hey. He was great. Let's see if I can find. Is it? It's not. Is it this one? It's not that one. Yeah, of course, Sam. And thank you for the raid. That was awesome. How do I find my mentions? I'm newer to Twitter. I don't know much about. How do I find when somebody added me? Would it be in replies? Notifications? All right, let me hide my screen for that. All right, I'll find it over here for sure then. Yeah, so I found the one with Yoran. I called him like 3 different names. His name is Yoran. Yoran. And then, yeah, this one from Sungho. Okay. Cool. So, I was talking about it earlier, but this was some of the best Indian food I'd ever had. I think it was a restaurant called Ashoka. Yeah, this one. So this is a little Indian restaurant here, and it was so good. I mean, I guess I'm not that well traveled. I really only had like Americanized Indian food, but it was so good. Some of the best Indian food I've ever had. But when I first sat down, Luciano or Loija was first sitting there, super kind, and then Johan came in, and he's also very kind. And then Sung Ho came in. Like, this was just a good group. We had some good conversation. It was great to meet all of them. I think, I took a selfie with I'm saying Johan again. Yoran Sebastian Bach with Yoran. But yeah, they were all super kind, and that was awesome. And then after that, I just did some exploring. So after that, I actually did another IRL stream. Programmers are kind. I mean, at least the speakers are, like, and all of the people that I encountered. Like, I did not meet a single rude or annoying person. Like, almost every single like encounter with anyone was great. It was absolutely great. And I think, I mean, that's probably because most people are there to meet people and network and stuff like that. But yeah, it's great. Yeah, so this is right outside of Central Station. I did an IRL stream, just kind of like walking around. And no, Theo wasn't there, but I showed. He was there in spirit because during the React Summit conference, he had actually done an ad read for Codex. So before the conference even started, they're like showing ads up on the big screen, and then boom, there's Theo's face. And then later on in the day, he got nominated for like a contribution to the community open source award. So he showed up on the screen again. And Steven says, do you think I should go to Amsterdam? I think if you're traveling, if you're planning a trip to Europe, you can't go wrong with Amsterdam. I think that's like, I guess I haven't talked too much about like Amsterdam itself, but like it is a tourist destination. Like, whether you're an American tourist or anything else, like one of the interesting thing is like if you watch my IRL streams, so a lot of people in the chat were from various countries, and every now and then someone in the chat would be like, oh, they're speaking Romanian, they're speaking Italian, they're speaking German, they're speaking French. Like basically it's a tourist city and a tourist destination. So like, especially if you're around like this central area and like Damrock and all these little like shops here, like all of this is just European and tourists and tourists from all around the world. So, yeah, it's super cool to be just like surrounded by all kinds of people of different cultures and stuff like that. And I think what a lot of people mention is like, because of that, there's good food of all kinds of cuisines in the city. Like, you wouldn't necessarily go here for the Dutch food, but there's like really good Indonesian food. And I'm sure like other restaurants and stuff like that. Honestly, kind of similar to how in the US, like Las Vegas has a bunch of, it's like it's built for tourists. So there's like all kinds, it's kind of like a food destination as well, even though the city itself doesn't necessarily have like history or culture, but restaurants and chefs show up there because that's where a lot of people go for vacation anyways. But yeah, so yeah, yes, I would recommend it. It's cool. If you go to Europe, check out Amsterdam, just because. Also, I mentioned this earlier. Everyone speaks English, so like every waiter or waitress at a restaurant I encountered, every cashier, every like bus driver or tram driver, like most people in the streets speak English. So it's honestly like super easy to get around because people speak English, and a lot of the signs are in both like Dutch and English. So that's the other thing. Some European countries you go to, you'll need some kind of translation to be able to make your way around. Yeah. So, but this street right here I'm walking down is called Damrock. That's like the main stretch with all the shops and everything else. Yeah, and people were telling me that like if you go to Italy, like no one speaks English. You're gonna have a really hard time trying to find people that speak English. Oh yeah, and then this is Dom Square again. Where did I walk past? Oh yeah, we found the rubber duck store. I went back. I think like later in the day, or no, the morning of the next day, and I got myself some debugging ducks. So I got a little frog with a flower. I'll show it on this camera because so since this is the coding garden, I got a flower duck. Yeah. But yeah, JS Nation React Summit happened in that same spot every year. So like if you didn't go this year, definitely check it out next year. Bob says, I went to Disneyland Paris and almost no employees spoke English. Crazy. And Lot says in Romania it's the same way. Yeah. So yeah. There's my little debugging garden duck. So I found that at the rubber duck store. Oh yeah, and then there is it's called like I forget what it's called, but there's a stretch of shops that all sell like flowers and tulips all through here. So because this is the coding garden, it was fun to walk around and look at all the flowers and bulbs that they had on sale. Yeah, and I think that's the thing. Like from an American perspective, obviously, like it's nicer that everyone speaks English, but at the same time, if you're trying to experience other cultures, then and also like not just want everything to be English and American, then I think it makes sense to also visit places where you potentially have to at least learn a little bit of the language, or you need a translator or something like that, because that's definitely a different experience than somewhere where almost everyone speaks English. And Amsterdam absolutely is a dance is a universal language. Yeah, Amsterdam absolutely is like a tourist city. So, yeah. This was funny though. I think so. After I walked through, there were several places during this IRL stream where people actually came up to me and they're like, "What are you doing?" Because I was walking around with my camera basically. I'll show you this first encounter. It was really funny. Was that it? No. Yeah, for sure, lot. Thanks for watching. One is. And one.
What are you doing?
I'm live streaming.
Yes?
Yes.
For what?
On Twitch. Can you say hi?
Spanish!
Oh, Spanish. I think she was like high on, like there's a Starbucks right there. I think she was high on caffeine. Spanish. I'll say that
What are
again.
you doing?
I'm live streaming.
Yes?
Yes.
For what?
On Twitch. Can you say hi?
Spanish!
You're from Spain?
Yes!
Very good, very good.
And you?
From Colorado, USA.
Oh, what is your name?
Coding Garden.
And you have a digital camera like to do photos? Or is...
So I mean, this is just a phone actually, and then it has an app that's like it's sending the stream.
it's a stream!
Yeah.
Then we can look this in YouTube?
On Twitch.
Twitch. Okay, only in live.
Yeah. Well, after it's live, you can watch the recording.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, it was a really funny interaction. I hope it came across because I think like the main one that came up to me, she at least spoke a little bit of English, and it was funny because on the way back there was another group. It was like some younger girls, like wanted to say hi to the camera. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, but I think the thing is like, so everyone you look at is just happy. And I think it's for most of people, they're on vacation, right? So like being on vacation makes people happy. Also, you're in a city where a lot of things are legal that you can't necessarily get or do in other places. So that makes people happy as well. People are just happy for sure. Very, very happy. All right, maybe I went back through there at a later time. Yeah, so I wanted to get a stroopwafel, but this place that we found. Let me show when I show the line. Yeah. Let's figure out what we're gonna look at next. I guess you're right, America 2050. But we're not gonna wait in this line. It just keeps going. I think it's one of the most popular stroopwafel places. So I didn't end up getting a fresh stroopwafel. VOD review. Well, yeah, I'm giving a. Oh yeah, I found it. This is the other group of kids that want to say. It's a lot harder to find people to play games with if you're like new to the area or you don't know anybody. Oh, just a second.
Is this YouTube?
It's Twitch. It's live right now.
Oh, hi!
So yeah, walked around a bunch. Hi. Yeah, we saw the Blue Bridge. We saw. Oh yeah, and then I made it to the park. The park was super cool. And also, yeah, this tree. That's insane. Probably multi-hundreds of years old. A couple hundred. See if I show it. Because like even all of these branches belong to the tree, and the trunk was massive. But I mean, it's got to be a couple hundred, at least a few hundred years old. That's insane. I think people typically don't swim in the river, probably because there's so much boat traffic. But I don't think the water's bad. I think you could if you really wanted to, but you'd have to stay out of the way of boats because there's a lot of them. Okay, one more encounter I'll show you. Yeah, that's just me hanging out in the park. At a certain point, though, there's like this party boat that comes by, and they were just partying. Like, I guess it would have been before this. I'm a social butterfly. I mean, I was kind to the people that came up to me, and like nobody had any ill intention, so I was happy to say hello. Oh yeah, here it is. For a lot of them. Yeah, sadly, my camera or my IRL rig had this song is mid. I don't even know what song they're listening to. It had really bad bit rate, like low bit rate at this point. You can see it's not super HD. But so right after this, there's a bridge. This boat parked under the bridge, and because it's like echoey under the bridge, they just started blaring their music after. You can hear them in the background now.
Hey, K9 Bite, who says, to get into software engineering, does the person need formal education?
Yeah. Walked a bunch more. Oh yeah, and then this was like the shipyard, and this is that Nemo museum that I was talking about. You can actually walk up here. There's like a huge terrace. When it's open, you can walk up there for free. And I'll show you one more encounter because it was super funny. Yeah, that was it. But wait.
Chris, come here.
That was funny. Yeah, they were probably drunk, but they were kind. Hey. And so yeah, that was that IRL stream. If you want to watch the whole thing, you can check it out there. But right after that, I went to go meet up with True and Jordan. True from she streams on Twitch. Shout out to her as well. Like that. Yep. Go drop a follow. Check her out. I mentioned it earlier because I actually met them the day that I got there. They were super kind, and then I ate breakfast with them the next day. Super easy to talk to. And then they were at the dinner. Like, I wasn't sitting them. Yeah, that's Jordan's partner. True. Yeah, they're together. But they were at the same dinner where I ate this awesome Indian food, but they were sitting at a completely different place. But before they left, they're like, "Hey, we want to get a picture with you." So I was like, "Yeah, I'll message you. We should meet up later in the day." And so we met up later. We actually like walked around a little bit, and then we snapped this photo. But they are so kind. Like, I am not good at talking like in public, right? Obviously, I'm streaming right now, and I'm talking basically to myself and people in the chat. But if you ever meet me in person, like, I am not good at small talk. I'm usually very quiet. And especially at this point, this was day 6, and I had a total of 12 hours of sleep across 6 days. so I was really struggling. Yeah, you can get a 1% discount on my course if you use code TRUE. Yes, that's true. But aside from all of that, they're super kind. Like, I did not have to struggle or I didn't have to put a lot of effort into talking to them or hanging out with them. And so, yeah, they were awesome to meet. I'm really glad that I got to meet them. Yeah, great people. And Original Stove said, just tuned in. This is what I need to get me excited for my trip. Yeah. I mean, if you look from the beginning of the VOD, I talk all about like landing at the airport and then like getting to Central Station and stuff like that. But once you get to Central Station, you can't go wrong. You basically just walk and walk and walk, and there's just so much to explore, even in the central area. But once you start to expand from that, there's obviously like even more. I met up with True and Jordan, I think like in this area. This is actually an area of town called Jordan, and it's even like slightly different than like the older like central area with cool architecture and stuff like that as well. But yeah, you can't go wrong. There's all kinds of cool stuff to check out. Cool. Yeah, and there's a bird I found in the park. And then the next day, I just went around buying souvenirs. Whatever you do not click on the red light district pin. I will not. I will not. Well, actually, no. So I guess I didn't mention. I didn't. Let me just tell you my experience of the red light district, because I wanted to walk through it to at least experience it. Let me find a a safe for work picture that I can I can have as a backdrop to talking about the red light district. Okay, so it was not my intention to purchase or find anything in the red light district. I just wanted to walk through it. I just wanted to experience it because, you know, we've all heard of it. And I mean, a lot of people, that's kind of like why they go to Amsterdam, is to experience the red light district. So from city center, so the central station, here's city center and like Damrock. But if you go to the east a little bit and then cross over, basically like this area around here is the red light district. So yeah, what happens in the district? So there are legal prostitutes and brothels. And the reason they call it the red light district is because any window you see is, of course, yeah, my wife would not like it if I did that, and I wouldn't want to do that because I'm happily married. But also my wife encouraged me to go there because like when else are you going to have a chance to experience the red light district that people talk about all the time? So yeah, so if you see these windows that have the red lights on in them, that is a woman who's selling her services, and the red light indicates that she's open for business. Or if it's a brothel that employs a lot of women, then it's open for business. Though I will say, so I walked through there on a Friday night. It was like roughly 10 p.m. on a Friday night, and it was packed. So I walked down this street, like by the Moulin Rouge, and literally shoulder to shoulder, just tourists like walking down the street. And this was probably the one place that I didn't feel safe, only because I didn't want somebody to like bump into me and like try and pickpocket me just because people were so close together. Like everywhere else, there were a lot of people, like even walking down the main stretch on Damrock, a lot of people, but like you at least have breathing room around you. Friday night, late night, this is just packed with people. So I just walked, and it was interesting to see. I'll say like the one thing that I wasn't expecting is like every woman I saw in the window was just like very what's the word? Put on, I guess. So like most of them had fake breasts. Most of them had like what seemed, I guess, like Botox or like big lips. I didn't see any just like regular looking women, and it could have just been the area that I walked in. Like obviously, like I didn't do any research. I'm sure there are also like other parts of town that probably have red light windows as well. But at least the area that I was in, which is heavy tourist, just a lot of like fake breasts and stuff like that. Which is interesting. I mean, obviously there's nothing wrong with that. It's not my kind of thing. I feel like maybe some people are into that, but I just thought I would see more like just regular women. Yeah. I'm trying to pick my words carefully. Hopefully I'm not offending anyone, because I think that's the other thing is most of these women are like, they're working women and prostitution is legal, and that's totally fine. Like that's what that's their profession. And that's totally fine. And yeah, I don't want to just like say that it's bad or anything like that. Just that I would have expected that there would have been more options, I guess, if that's an okay way to put it. Yeah, and I think that's honestly a great way to put it, Calvin, is like I was there on a Friday night, all the tourists were there. Potentially that's the thing that maybe like sells the most on a heavy tourist late night. but it was fascinating. So I was walking around, and I was actually like, were there any male? No, in this area it was only women, and so this was the other interesting thing. Yeah, natural looking, I guess, is the best way to put it. There were not. It's from what I could see, there were no natural looking women. Yeah. But I was walking, and I made eye contact with one woman, and she like winked at me. I was like, whoa. And then at a certain point, like I just did not want to be surrounded by so many people. So I walked closer to the windows, and like as I walked by, like multiple of the women were like knocking on the window to like try and get my attention. So that was fascinating to see. And then the other interesting thing is a lot of the places that weren't occupied at the time, they actually had signs in the window that basically said room for rent. And some of the rooms that you could see were like a full like one bedroom apartment or one bedroom condo. Like the woman had her like you could see her bed was in there, and then she had like her flat iron and curling iron and all of the stuff to do her makeup. Like she was literally living in that one room, and that's also where she worked out of. Now I'm guessing that maybe they only come there at night or when they're working. They probably don't live there all the time. But it was fascinating to see that for some of the places, the women are actually like renting out that one specific room to sell their services. And then some of the places were like brothels where they basically employed a lot of women, and like they had like private rooms like within the building and stuff like that. I don't know the history of like why they chose red or anything like that. Yeah, I guess because you can very easily see the color. But yeah, that's the reason they call it the red light district, is because there are a lot of windows that have literal red lights in them that indicate that a woman is open for business. And that was new to me. I didn't know that's why they called it that. And I guess I hadn't talked about this yet, but in Amsterdam, coffee shops are where they sell marijuana. Cafes actually sell like coffee. And I had always thought that the red light district was where all of that happened. Like basically red light district was where prostitution was legal, and then also like where the coffee shops were. But coffee shops are scattered throughout. Red light district is literally mostly red lights for prostitution. So that's a thing. What else do I want to say about that? Yeah, I don't know. It was an interesting experience. Like honestly, this area very much gave me like Las Vegas vibes, I guess. Just because there are like certain parts of Vegas that are like very like sex forward. I think the only thing is like things are legal here, whereas in Vegas it's kind of like probably like under the table or whatever else. Yeah, and I guess that's the one thing I'll say about weed tourism, and you see this everywhere. So like if you come across a shop and they have like space cake, or they just like let's say they're selling, let's say it looks like a convenience store and they're selling what's labeled as like space cake, those are not edibles. They're typically like a tourist trap. Like it doesn't actually have marijuana in it. You actually if you want to find marijuana, you should go to a place that is called a coffee shop. And that is where you will find space cake. That is where you will find actual marijuana. And there's plenty of them. And it's also interesting to note, so the tour guide I had when I was on the canal, he was basically saying that marijuana actually isn't legal in Amsterdam. It's just tolerated. So very similar to how in a lot of states in the United States, marijuana is decriminalized. That is how it is there. And the story is what actually started happening was the only places that were actually being visited and enforced by the police were bars and restaurants that sold alcohol. So anywhere that sold alcohol, police would inspect them or police would inspect and make sure that they're adhering to their license and everything else. But if a store didn't sell alcohol, then the police would never show up to inspect. And so those stores and coffee shops are the ones that started selling marijuana. And then it just became a thing, and coffee shops started popping up everywhere. But yeah. And Asisbark is saying there's the one area where it's legal here. Well, yeah, and like in the U.S., there are states where it is actually legal for medical consumption. There are states where it's legal for, oh, you're right, prostitution is legal in Nevada. Yeah, so in Nevada, there's one section, or one town, or and maybe it's other states too, but prostitution actually is legal there. Whereas Las Vegas, prostitution is not legal. It still potentially happens, but it's not legal like it is in one of the towns outside of Las Vegas. But yeah, hot tip for if you're looking for marijuana, don't buy space cake. Go to a proper coffee shop. Also, probably like look at reviews online. Don't just stop at the first shop you see here on Domrock, because all of these are tourist traps. They're just there to get tourist money. Yeah. So that's my story. And that's the also that was the red light district. After that, I found some really good pizza though. I'll recommend a pizza shop. I mean, probably there's better pizza places, but there was literally a place called New York Pizza. It was at this point, I think it was like midnight. I was like, I'm hungry. I want to get me some pizza. I think this was actually the one that I went to, but they had a was it? Maybe that wasn't the one. So the official rule is coffee shops can sell what they want, but they technically cannot buy or transport it. That is the illegal part of it. I see. No, exactly, Steven. Well, I just wanted some comfort food because, like, well, I guess this isn't the other thing I meant. I didn't mention this. I walked at least 10 miles every single day. So, like, at least starting with day 3 through day 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I walked at least 50 miles or 160 kilometers. Or 80 kilometers. 80 kilometers. I got that wrong. So the entire time I there, I did so much walking. Got it like I burned like 700 calories a day just like walking everywhere. So that was fun as well. But yeah, that night I was like, I just want some pizza. But the pizza that I got was a shawarma pizza. That was awesome. It had shawarma meat on it and then some like white sauce. And then I also got like a spicy Mexican pizza, which had like bell peppers and jalapenos on it. That was really good. But yeah, then the next day I went around and bought a bunch of souvenirs and all these snacks that I was eating today. That's my story. Let me show you the last souvenirs that I got, and then I'll end it there. But yeah, if you have any other questions or thoughts in the chat, feel free to throw it in. I'll show you. Probably the snacks are some of the main the main souvenirs that I got. But I got some stickers and magnets. I think the thing me and my wife have decided is basically everywhere that we visit, we want to get at least 1 or 2 magnets, just as like a keepsake that we went to that place. Oh yeah, I'll do that next. We'll try the stroopwafel. But these are some of the magnets I got. This one's super cool. It's like 3D. And then I got a little ceramic Van Gogh one as well. And then I found these in a shop. These are like Supreme and Thrasher. I don't know what these are, but I thought they were cool. And then I was gonna try to send my wife a postcard from from the Netherlands, but all of the places I could find were closed on Sunday, so I couldn't mail it. So I'll just have that to like pin up. But yes, let's try a stroopwafel. Basically, what I did the last day I was there is I went to Jumbo, which is a supermarket you'll find in several places, and I just got all the things that I wanted. That's where I got like the cool American snacks, and where I got the stroopwafels, and then also the Kinder eggs that I had to disassemble. I guess that's the last part of the trip I'll tell you is making it home. So I bought a pack of 6 Kinder eggs, and I posted a picture on Twitter of all the snacks that I had bought. And Luciano responded, and he was like, well, don't you have Kinder eggs in the U.S.? And in order to respond to him, I was going to post him a link talking about how Kinder eggs are not legal, like the proper Kinder Surprise eggs are not legal in the United States. And when I was doing that, I found multiple stories, and also like on the Wikipedia page, talking about how there are certain people that tried to go through customs with like a single Kinder Surprise egg, and they were detained for hours, or they got like a €450 fine, or $450 fine. Because in the US, the FDA has banned Kinder Surprise eggs because they do not want people selling or bringing in food items that have inedible items embedded in them. So a Kinder egg is actually a chocolate egg that wraps around this capsule that has a toy inside. So they're illegal in the United States. You are not allowed to bring them into the US. But I didn't realize that till I was sitting in the airport in Amsterdam. So in the airport, like I opened up my, I should microwave it. In the airport, I opened up my suitcase. I took all the Kinder eggs apart, put all the chocolate in the bag, and then all of the toys separately. But then when I went through U.S. Customs, nobody even cared. They were just like, well, do you have any agricultural goods or meat? And I was like, no. And they're like, all right, you're good to go. So they didn't even look in my bags at the U.S. Customs. All right, I'll try it not heated up. This tastes like most stroopwafels I've had in the U.S. At least packaged ones, nothing special. But let me show you one last time the tweet I made. Yeah, so I posted this of all the things that I was bringing home. And Luciano mentioned that, and so like I started looking into it. I'm sitting in the airport looking into it, and it's like I read this and I was like, oh wow, like I do not want to get stopped at U.S. Customs and get fined. But yeah, so Kinder Surprise eggs are legal in Canada and Mexico, but are illegal to import into the U.S. In January 2011, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection threatened a Manitoba resident with a $300 Canadian fine for carrying one egg across the border into Minnesota. In 2012, CBP held 2 Seattle men for 2.5 hours after discovering 6 Kinder Surprise eggs in their car upon returning to the U.S. from a trip to Vancouver. According to them, one of the men detained. A border guard quoted the potential fine as $2,500 per egg. So yeah, I started reading this and I was freaking out. I was like, I don't want to be detained just for bringing a chocolate egg. So I just disassembled them in the airport. And I was assuming, I was like, all right, if the law is you can't have candy embedded in food, maybe they'll allow it disassembled. So yeah. Yeah, right, Dax? Right, Dax? Like, good to know, because you may do it unknowingly, like you just went to the store earlier. No, it's serious. So eventually what I did find was a recent posting from like January 2023 or February 23 as a bulletin to Customs. So if you look at U.S. Customs, Kinder Surprise, there's like a very recent posting mentioning, I believe it was from the cbp.gov. Well, this is from 2013. I found, the thing is, I also found a recent post from cbp.gov that yeah. And the thing is, in the US, if you get a Kinder, there's called Kinder Joy in the US. The chocolate is completely separate from the toy. And that's why those ones are legal in the US. Yeah. You bought a bunch of US snacks abroad? No. These are all international snacks. Look at this. You got paprika chips, Cool American chips, Kinder Surprise eggs, licorice from Haribo, bolognese, Lay's, Japanese Cheetos, and then we need to try the ketchup Pringles too. Yeah. I found the specific bulletin that was actually like posted more recently as well. So yeah, I freaked out in the airport and like disassembled everything, hoping that if Customs did decide to check my bag, they wouldn't get onto me for having chocolate just in a plastic bag. Wow. Let's try the ketchup Pringles. Okay. Smells like ketchup. Honestly, it kind of smells like curry ketchup. just ketchup in a chip. I've had ketchup chips before. This is the most ketchup chip I've ever had. Like, it tastes like ketchup. It sounds horrible. I mean, if you think about it, it's kind of just like a potato chip dipped in ketchup. That's what it tastes like. Yeah. No, these are really good. I like them. And it has, I don't know how to describe it, but it tastes like a more European ketchup. Like any of the ketchup that I tried at a restaurant that had French fries, that's what this ketchup tastes like. I have the ketchup Doritos. Let me do a taste comparison. And I'm gonna throw this stroopwafel in the microwave for a second. Yeah, you don't see them much in the US. Andreas is saying Canada has ketchup fries, yeah. And Siegelwurster. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the microwave and also to grab some ketchup Doritos. Hello, I'm back. First of all, I got these Doritos tangy ketchup, so let's try these first. So the Pringles ketchup, like I said, just it tastes like a French fry dipped in ketchup, but also more of like a European ketchup flavor. And I think, I mean, we'll see, but I think the main difference is like ketchup in the United States is a lot sweeter. It has more sugar in it, typically, anyways. Oh. These are good too. Not the same. So this to me tastes like a pomme frite with ketchup almost. This is just like a corn chip covered in ketchup. Yeah, I do like these better. I like these Pringles. But they started making these in the US. If you go to the grocery store, you can probably find these Doritos tangy ketchup. But yeah, how many cameras? So we have the overhead, so that's 1. We have this camera, which is 2. We have this camera, which is 3. And then we have the overhead, which is 4. There. So 4 cameras. All right, I put this in the microwave. I might have put it in for too long because it's like super soft. And honestly, it smells better than having not been in the microwave. Let's see. I think it's better than not microwaved. It's not amazing though. I never got a fresh stroopwafel. I should have. Next time I go to Amsterdam, I need to get a fresh stroopwafel. I'm not using a Stream Deck because I never got around to it. So I literally just use an external with the hint of ketchup. I just use an external keyboard to control the scenes over there. Okay. Please don't microwave. Heat it in the oven. Okay. I'm not gonna do that today, but next time. Is there anything else I can show you? I guess we can. Last thing, we'll put together some Kinder toys and we'll try some Kinder chocolate. So originally I had all the Kinder eggs like not broken up in the bag, but I was like, okay, if customs sees this, then they're gonna be like, we know that is Kinder chocolate. So I was like, all right, I gotta break it up. So I literally like broke it up here, but basically it's an egg made out of a chocolate and glue them back together that surrounds the capsule toy. That's a Kinder egg or Kinder surprise egg. It's good. It's very sweet chocolate, much sweeter than the Kit Kat chocolate. I like it. I think for an American palate, like we like very, very sweet things. So it's like it's a very sweet chocolate. It also has like a hazelnut flavor to it as well. Yeah. More recently in the US, they started making or selling the Kinder Buenos and then the Kinder Joy. So I don't have one to compare it against, but it honestly tastes very similar. It's very sweet. There's like that slight hazelnut flavor. Yeah. But all right. Well, at least assembled 2 toys. So the toys that we got so far are this chameleon. I think I can do this. This is oh no, it came undone. Just a second. My camera cropping got messed up. I'll have to fix that. Let me fix that because I wanted to show it like this. I broke it. Oh, give me a second though. I'll fix it. This will be good enough for what we're doing. Yeah, this is fine. I just wanted to be able to show you the toys as I assemble them. If I want to have one, I'm going to make sure only one exists. You mean like the? What do you mean? That's the spark. Oh, I think I missed your earlier messages. The Kinder Bueno, yeah. No, same here. I'll eat every single one that gets put in front of me. These are from the Kinder eggs that I opened when I was in Amsterdam. So this one is a little penguin. Basically, the set of toys right now from Kinder are all these little animals. And then I also got a monkey. He looks like that. So let's see what we get. Hopefully we don't get a duplicate. Let's see. Oh, we got a little alligator. Nice. So it tells you how to assemble it. It's just in 2 pieces, and when you push down on it, the mouth opens. That's cool. What's cool? Like they also have it in tons of languages because they're sold. They're sold everywhere in Europe and in Asia, I guess. So pretty simple. It actually has like a locking mechanism. Yeah, the thing is, a lot of adults collect the Kinder toys as well. So that's it. There's our little alligator. And when you push in, his mouth opens. Cool. Let's open until we get a duplicate. Next one. Oh, it's not a duplicate. Let's see what it is. It's a koala! Sick. Honestly, I'm gonna get these crumbs out of the way. Okay. The instructions say the koala toy is the best toy so far. Okay. Insert head into body. Head, back body or front body? Back body. Like that. And then combine. Oh. Assuming that's the tail. Yeah. Great. Oh, hey, look. He his head moves. And then the tree, you like bend it to attach like that. And then he just slides on. Would you look at that? Nice. Got the whole zoo here. Let's keep going. Another. That's a new one. It's not a duplicate. Wonder how many there are. Does it say? Neptunes. This is the turtle. Oh, nice. It's the turtle. But we don't have the kangaroo. We don't have the flamingo. We don't have the fish. There's a bunny. There's still a lot we need apparently. Oh yeah, like the turtle, you can like see him like paddling. All right. Take the shell upside down. There's a little elastic thing we need to use. I'm guessing it goes like this. Like the hole goes in there. And then this one too. Oh no, this is it. Yeah. And then the elastic piece goes right there so that they'll move in and out. Yeah, other way, I think we figured it out. So that goes there. And so then the elastic piece makes it so like it stretches like that. That's cool. I'll get there. Give me a second. Made for children's hands? Yeah. Cool. And then the shell just goes on top. Look at that. Nice. All right, 2 more. European kids are smarter. Yeah. All right. We didn't get a. This is actually fascinating that we did not get a duplicate yet. This is going to be a big blue bird. Look at that. Step 1. Wing into body. Oh, is this one of those things where you can like hold on your finger like that? I hope so. I hope so. I think that one goes there. That one goes there. And then the tail goes on top. No, the the weight difference is not aligned. You know there are those birds that can like you can balance them on your finger, but this one does flap, which is cool. Cool. All right, last one. This will kind of be amazing if we don't get a duplicate on this. It's a duplicate. It's a monkey. So, okay. All right, I think I'm gonna end the stream there. This was fun. Last thing we'll do is we'll calculate my total amount of sleep from the entire trip because it's a very, very low number. Because I probably got another 4 hours here, and then we went back home. So for the one yeah, so across 6 days I only had 3, 6, 9, 12, 16, 20. I had 20 hours of sleep across 6 days. Yeah, 20 and a half hours. When typically you want to get like, I don't know, 8 hours of sleep. I should have gotten like 48 hours of sleep, but I was basically running off of 20 hours of sleep across all of these days. Fascinating. All right, that's all I got for you. Thank you everybody for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed the taste test. You enjoyed the recap of the trip. And follow me all across the web if you haven't. Check out my Twitter. Follow me over on YouTube. And I'll be live again on Friday. So if you check out the schedule, on Friday we're going to be doing coding. Today we didn't do any coding. But on Friday we're going to be doing some programming. Working with SvelteKit. And yeah, SvelteKit. That's what we're going to be working on Friday. So I hope to see you then. Thank you to all the supports today. We got gifts. We got primes. Yeah, we're working on listed on Friday. We got rated by Bald Bearded Builder and also Sam KitKat. Appreciate all of your support, all of your raids. Thank you for all the raiders that stuck around and all the raider and everyone that followed. Thank you. You're great. I appreciate you. Hopefully you enjoyed my long-winded recap of my Amsterdam trip. And let's go on a raid. So tell me when we're done with the test. Yeah, I think we're going to be finishing up the integration tests on Friday. But if you are a subscriber, you can use this raid message. If you're not a subscriber, you can use this raid message. You can also come up with your own raid message. And I don't know who we're going to raid, but whoever we do, show them lots of love. Drop a follow if you like what they're doing. And wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.